Hello and welcome to Zondell, Lands of Discordance, a Dungeons & Dragons 5e campaign. We have with us 4 of our players once again, after a few weeks with the holidays and other things, not being able to get session in. And possibility of another later, we will see. We are joining back in for episode 89. The rest of the watch goes by peacefully. Aside from the howling winds that come for a short while over the edge of the mountaintops. Those who were not aware of his presence do see Garnick having built a shelter up against the dome, and his body leaning against it. And as everybody stirs and wakes up and is able to extract what little snow has built up onto the dome, there does not appear to be any storm presently that will be passing by any time in the next few hours at least. It seems to be, for the Frostheart, a relatively peaceful day, at least as far as the weather goes. The mountains, however, do block sight of anything that is too far beyond them. So at least it seems, for a good 270 degrees that you can view, that things should be fine for some time. And what's the first thing that anybody does as they are waking up?
Still's gonna go over to where Garnick is and poke him.
Takes a couple of pokes, but after the second one he does stir a little bit. Turns his face. Did you go outside of the dome, or are you still in it when you poke him?
Still in the dome.
Okay. As he turns, looking at you, his hands are, able to press up against the dome, but not reach back inside. Groggily, he kind of rubs his eyes and his face and blinks a few times, and then gives a little wave at you.
Morning.
He gives a little nod. Yep.
For how much longer, though, right? Considering what's at stake.
From what I understand of it, yes. It's certainly not the most enjoyable outcome possible.
How'd you get here?
He turns and he points over at the mountain. Well, I left Castle Ebonpeak and tried to go across the mountain ridge and ended up facing off against some cultists, and then I slipped on part of the mountain that was not as solid as it seemed. A bit of a small avalanche there, and fell down into that village. Got banged up pretty good and damaged my throat. couldn't talk even to myself for a bit of time as I was recuperating, and just got healed up last night.
Sounds like you had quite the adventure.
Well, there's quite a few freaky monsters and such that are coming out of Castle Ebonpeak. Whatever it is that Leo and Archmage Lewis are up to, it definitely seems to have slowed things, but not stopped them.
Have you seen Dare?
Last I saw of him, he was with the others, and they were planning on heading into the Wandering Woods. As far as what I've been told by some of the rest of you, something has happened, and they're back in the Orcan Valley, so that seems more likely where he's at, unless something happened that separated him.
The valley?
The one that you all left when you were heading toward Castle Ebonpeak.
Oh, that is not good at all.
Well, he's at least not with all of the monsters and such that are coming out of Castle Ebonpeak, so whatever's going on there could be worse.
Yeah, I guess it could be worse. How's the wife and mistress?
There's a moment there where his jaw just tightens a bit, and it's like, not good.
You forget the anniversary?
There's a slight smirk, but also just this, like, really? I don't quite think that the anniversary is solely the problem there.
Oh, well, I'll be rooting for you.
You do that.
But if it looks like she's gonna win, then I don't know you.
He arches a brow, but slightly smirks still. Alright. As you say.
Did I die yet?
Not yet, no.
Do you have any rations? I can give you one. They're like 3 years old. They don't expire, right?
No, thank you. I'm good in that regard.
Alright. So she'll eat her rations and continue on her merry way.
And as the next person wakes up, what are you doing?
Both of my people are already awake, so...
Okay.
I'm just trying to avoid some background noise right now.
So what are your people doing?
Okay, Miranda would already be awake. She'd probably studying while nibbling on some ration, and the Tigerkin would wake up.
Okay.
Torque. And just probably just stretch and check his equipment and get something to eat.
Eon would already be awake as well, since he'd be staying on guard all night. Probably would have been at some point just kind of maintaining weapons, taking a look over them to make sure they were still in good shape. I almost said good spirits, but that's not something a weapon can have. But, well, it depends on your definition of weapon. But Eon would be doing that, and once time got around where everyone else was waking up, he would shake Lilith awake and kind of gesture for her to start getting her stuff together as well, since eventually that dome is going to disappear because of spell duration. So, probably going to need to make sure they're good to go by the time it's gone. Darwin's probably just laying his head down for a little bit longer. Bit of a sleepy boy. Sleepy dwarf man. So he's definitely going to probably take a bit of jostling awake to actually get awake. I really hope all that went through, because my internet, I feel like, is acting a bit funny.
Seems like it did.
Yeah, we heard it. Wondering if I should elbow drop you or not.
And that's the story of how Darwin accidentally fireballs the dome. Oof. Not great, not terrible. I've had...
Alright. So, Miranda, you said you were looking over at Garnick?
No, studying spells and...
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you were studying him, so that's why I was asking.
No.
Okie doke. So, eventually the dome will vanish. Everybody is able to gather up all of their assorted possessions, items, bundling everything up. The dome did keep things quite a bit warmer than the cold air of the Frostheart itself. So there is a bit of momentary dizziness that happens when going from something very normal room temperature straight out into the cold. But nothing is presently attacking or otherwise of danger, and the sensation soon passes. So, as everybody's gathered up and people are able to talk with Garnet briefly and see that he is there, it comes down eventually, yet again, to figuring out what the plan is from here. As seen previously, there are 4 potential routes that would lead across this next stretch of land over toward Castle Ebonpeak, or going around these 4 paths distantly, which could potentially take a day or 2 more on travel. The first path, which is the furthest north, is along sheer mountains and cliff faces. Below them is the destroyed village that Garnet had come out of. There's also rounded triangular protrusions around a lake that has ice and snow here and there, making a path across it, but it is not frozen completely solid. There is a forest, and even without the wind that there was yesterday, leaves do rustle. And between the lake and the forest, there's another route that shows signs of carriages having traveled through, but no footprints. The snow having blown does muddle some of them, but they still were deep enough to still have the carriage wheel tracks going through. There are a bunch of blue flickering flames that are seen along the path.
Alright, well, still votes for going through the forest. Or, here's the crazy idea. We each go down every single path. Like, we'll have to split up into, like, groups of 3 or pairs.
He has, but you could use
200 feet of hemp rope, block and tackle.
yeah, I was going to say, in
20
terms
feet
of
chain,
trying to secure each other, things like that, you can.
climber's kit.
You know, Garnet did it without any equipment, but you know, as he said, that didn't go so well for him to do that on his own.
Iron spikes, pittons, grappling hooks.
I think we should go through the forest. It'll be much more fun.
Over the river?
And through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if a couple of us have some kind of ice or cold spell, like Darwin has Ray of Frost, or I have Ray of Frost, like since it's Darwin's talking. But Ray of Frost, we could use that to make sure the lake stays frozen, just like how I was using it to kind of refreeze the size of the tunnels when we were escaping from whatever the hell that thing was when we ran into Torque. Okay.
Yeah, that could work. Or we could build a catapult to launch us over the frozen river. Yay, Dave?
I mean, that's a thing that we could do.
Who knows how to build a catapult?
Garnet just causes his own.
Definitely not me.
Don't look at me.
I have to say, but we do need to make a decision soon, because we are not in a position to stand around for a day and debate. Like, either we're comfortable with using some kind of freezing spell on the river to keep it solid while we're walking across, or we take the force. That's really about the only options we got here, folks.
The
Because the other
option
two
was
options don't sound that good.
the mountain pass, the frozen lake, the forest, and what?
There was also, between the forest and the lake, a area that is mostly just hilly snow, but there were carriage tracks that went through it, and you could see across the distance that there were carriage tracks leaving out of it or coming in from the other direction. But there were blue flames that were flickering in the air around it.
Oh, blue flames. That's always a good thing. I say we go to the carriage route. Seems more fun.
Well, are we trying to be stealthy?
I don't think so.
Good point. Yeah, I guess we technically don't have too much of a reason to be stealthy, because so far from what we've seen, the things coming after us tend to be quite large and cumbersome and loud. Actually, I probably just jinxed us saying that, didn't I? I totally
Yeah,
just jinxed us.
we're gonna throw you into the lake now. You're off our favorite list.
Yolanda is like, well, I know some of us can fly, so whichever route we take, at least, there's a possibility of spotting some things ahead of time. Potentially, at least. The forest does make that a little harder to swoop back in and help if there is something.
Yeah. Swooping is good only if we have air time to swoop and the space to swoop. Sorry, that's how you are. So Umbra has says she'll go through the hills.
Well, in terms of your going there and such, there's something to be said about strength in numbers versus just me going off on my own back to the valley. You all have access to that teleportation circle in your keep. Does anybody know how to modify it at all?
What am I modifying?
He's talking about the teleportation circle in the keep that is outside of Castle Ebonpeak on the snowfields.
Why are we trying to modify it?
Well, if I go with you and survive going over with you, then you could potentially use it to send me to the valley that the Orcan is, versus me walking the entire distance on my own. I don't personally have the capabilities of doing that, which is why I didn't try it before.
Out of character. Who would have that ability? Any of the spellcasters?
Anybody who has the ability to create a teleport circle would be able to modify it. It would.
Isn't that like
Go ahead.
Isn't that a 6th level spell?
It is.
Yeah. None of my people can do that. Well, the other still can, but she's asleep right now. She's going until she gets electrocuted.
Dude, you need to just like find an outlet and stick a coat wire in it. No, Belmont and Adam can, but they're not here.
Otherwise, if we head back to the Archon Valley, I need to drink some water. Then perhaps somebody there can send you all over to the keep. But then again, you're only 2 days, maybe 3, away from the keep yourself right now, so you've got quite a distance to go back to the valley if that was the plan, and not knowing if somebody has the means.
Which path is the most direct path?
The lake or the carriage path would be the center. The mountain is having to go curving up and to the side, and the forest is bending down and around. Or you could go around all of it and go past the forest. But that would add another day and a half minimum to the journey.
Let's take the lake path.
I still like we should still follow those tracks.
Well, do you want to make our presence known, or just in case they're not friendly?
Are we friendly?
That all depends.
How about, the ones that aren't sneak, don't sneak, and the ones that are sneaky, sneak.
I hate to say, but usually if you see one person sneaking, it usually lets you know there's probably more. You know, it's probably not going to end up in the best circumstance if half of us are sneaking and half of us are not.
Well, that's how you draw in predators.
Yeah, but do we want that? I mean...
I'm always down for robbing some bandits.
Good point. That'd be... No shit.
What
That'd
is
be
that
fun.
noise?
Don't worry about it. I stopped it.
Somebody dying.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Darwin kind of looks down at his saxophone real quick and kind of like clears something out of it. I think I just had a mouse crawl in my saxophone. I'm sorry about that, guys. So basically, Hold up, I think I completely blanked on what I was gonna say. So I'm gonna let you guys continue your conversation. I'm just gonna sit here and try and think of what I was saying before I lost my train of thought.
Well, Miranda pipes up. She's like, "Well, anywhere we do go, I can cast Pass Without a Trace on those if we only want to make some or all of our visible."
I knew there was a reason we kept you around, not just for your good looks.
She raises
Rude.
her eye in her direction.
Well,
And she can keep it up indefinitely. She has it at will.
Alright, so let's... not be sneaky, so we can appear friendly. And if they're not friendly, we kill them. Simple as that.
I honestly don't think that there's anything friendly on that side unless Leo and Archmage Lewis left Castle Ebonpeak, in which case then they would have had to have surrendered it. Which seems more likely that they would have perished than do that.
If it is expected that we are to run into hostile forces, I shall remain at ready with weapon in hand.
That's probably a very good idea.
I would hope so. I'm the one who came up with it.
Are you, though?
Joy. They're a less fun version of I am blanking out of character on it.
Of who?
The Modron.
Oh, Buster.
Yes, Buster. They're a less fun version of Buster.
Hey, Eon. Eon. Yep. Is that your name? Aeon? Ion. Something on.
Good God, it's so hard to fucking put in my passcode to unmute my microphone while my screen is cracked. Okay, I'm so sorry about completely ghosting you there for 15 seconds. But, Eon turns and looks over whoever's talking to him because my train of thought's all over the place. And just goes, yes, what do you need?
So it's gonna be like, so say, motherfucker.
Why?
I'll give you one platinum.
I have no need for money as of this time.
She'll look over to Garnet. Yeah, he is the less fun version of Buster.
Fun is saved for a time when the realms are not hanging in the balance between peace and destruction.
Ah, they're always hanging in the balance.
I was just about to say that.
Two minds of the same kind, but not really. Mine's made of metal.
You have one.
Rude.
Yeah, that's so.
I have heard many a thing. Someone called her a bitch yesterday.
Just one?
Behind her back.
Just one? Yeah, it's like, I need to start pissing more people off.
I stopped paying attention after the first time. The first time was genuine enough that I knew that I need not hear it more.
Okay.
But that's all the fun.
Perhaps.
Okay, but serious, guys. Are we gonna go through the hills, or are we gonna go through the forest, or are we gonna go through the mountains, or are we gonna go over the lake?
Tactically speaking, too many of us are at a disadvantage for moving through the mountains. The ice poses an interesting threat, one that can be solved through the usage of cold magics, but the issue is I have not seen enough demonstration of that skill with this group. As for the forest, it provides a tactical advantage to both us and others that are against us, to hide and move in silence. It also appears to be a longer path. Finally, the carriage path looks like a trap of some sort. I am not familiar with the blue flames, but someone left that behind, and considering how I don't believe it was our group, there's a good chance someone else is out here, and we do not have many friends in these lands.
Or this could all be some time loop, and that we somehow get a carriage in the future and go that direction, and they left the blue flames in order to tell the past us to go that way.
That would be false, because an intelligent individual would leave behind something that only one of us would recognize. A strong example would be me, as in leaving a message for myself saying, "Time travel possible, be warned," in my own native tongue, because no one else will understand that message, and I know for a fact I am currently the only Necrontyr in this plane.
Well, I mean, the plane is fairly big. You could just simply be too far away from them. But I don't
Also
think that
true.
whether there's a time loop or not, that you all would have left that blue flame there because it's moving.
Also true. Plus, blue flame is really obvious and does not fit in well if we want to leave a secret message to our past selves.
I never said
However-
it was a secret message.
Are you sure?
Yes, I said we would have left something behind to tell us that's the way we go.
Yes, also known as, or a synonym for, secret message for our past selves.
It's not exactly a secret if you mark it brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's like putting up a sign that
Exactly.
says this way.
Or away from this way, depending on the circumstance.
Well, have you looked for a secret message? You've just been here standing.
That
For
is
the
a good
secret
point.
message.
However, I would also like to add, in terms of safety, the safest path, without considering hostiles in the area, would be the carriage path.
That's the path I'm talking about.
Yes, I was not arguing against that path. I was just stating
Okay.
all statistics.
Well, then we should go that path.
Okay.
So we have 3 for that path. Anyone else want that?
Lil just kind of pipes in and is like, I'm letting the big man do all the math. I agree with going with the carriage. Because again, I mean, the worst thing that happens, we get in a fight. But the thing is we're on stable ground.
Put your seatbelt on.
Shut up. It's not my seatbelt, my oil. But
Put oil in your car.
Well,
We
what-
don't invade
I
countries
haven't
for
recovered
oil
yet
for
from
you
the
not to put
financial crisis
oil.
of 2020. Leave me alone.
if you're all heading to the keep and have the means to send you to the valley, then I'd gladly go with you. But otherwise, if you left from the valley and fought things on your way, I might just continue on that route.
Yeah, I did not hear any of that.
Did you not hear me or him?
Whoever was talking, I did not hear anything.
Okay. So Myryl's phone was glitching out a little bit there. Garnick was saying that whatever path that you're choosing, if you are going to the keep and somebody can send him to the Orcan Valley, then he'll go with and he'd be grateful for that. But if nobody knows how to do it until you get to Castle Ebonpeak, then he may just simply go back the way you guys came because, well, you've at least killed or gotten around some things that might be in the way.
Why do you need to go to the valley again? For those who weren't listening.
Because Leo and Archmage Lewis were needing help in order to try and stop the merger that was happening, and that which the stars rejected, Lady Slarnum and the Heart of Darkness, are not things that, to be quite honest, I think that the lot of you are presently prepared for. It's been some time since I fought alongside you. I don't know how long you've been in Ivarab or after that in the Shimmer, but I remember bungling around enough with some of you that it seems prudent to seek reinforcements.
We do tend to get in over our head.
A potential idea has come to mind.
What would
Excuse
that be?
me, my fuel gauge is low. Not really, that was a joke.
That's funny.
I'm quite stereotypical. No, that is the false word to use. What word am I trying to use? Ignore what I just said. Back to my idea. We do have one possibility, but I require a crafter or some type of blacksmith to design something I would need for this idea. Do we have one of those?
Umbre's interest is piqued. She'll come up to you and say, I'm a blacksmith.
Alright, I must preface this with some information. My kind has created a race of metallic creatures known as the Canoptex. This information would not normally be given out, but these are different circumstances than what I would have liked.
The
One of these,
Canoptex?
the Canoptex.
Oh, okay.
One of the subspecies of this mechanical race are called wraiths. That is hard to pronounce without lips. The wraiths have a peculiar engine within them that allows for one of their strongest abilities in combat, which essentially does what those rift spells do, or I believe as another race is called, planar spiders, very similar to that species. What the wraiths are capable of doing are moving in between two parallel realms, in a sense, in order to move faster on the field and attack unwitting enemies. If there is some way to possibly send a signal out through there into one of these parallel realms, we might be able to get some Wraith reinforcement. It will not be much due to the low activity and difficulty in getting them to reach this realm, but it is help nonetheless. Judging by your silence, I have the feeling you do not know what transmitter means.
No, I know what it means. I'm just working on some calculations.
Eon looks to see if she's got like a piece of paper or something she's doing these on. Just kind of like, those must be small calculations if you're doing them in your head.
Yes. Okay. So, in order to make a transmitter, we're going to need either a very large power source or a highly efficient small power source, which I don't think any of us has.
I can provide the correct locations, perhaps, but the power I will not be able to provide.
And there lies the problem.
However, with the creatures we have been seeing emerging from this enemy we are facing, perhaps something may prove useful. Either that or another possibility to receive the power we need would be the pact devil that was mentioned several days prior.
Syl's gonna pipe up, and she's gonna say, "Yeah, I just need a chicken." You got a chicken? Or can someone turn another person into a chicken? I just need the blood. Talking about polymorph here, people. Nobody got it?
Yes, technically,
Alright.
but I can only do it once a day, Torque says.
Alright, so
Darwin
polymorph.
chimes in. Darwin also asks, hey, didn't one of y'all say there's a village over here, like Garnick fella? Didn't you say there was a village off over this way somewhere?
You think they'll have a chicken? Or are you looking for people to turn into chickens?
I was assuming looking for just straight chickens. I prefer not to turn people into chickens, because that's kind of dickish
Hey,
thing
if
to
they
do.
want to be gay chickens, they can be gay chickens. Just need their blood.
I think I broke something.
Probably broke your engine because it doesn't have any oil in
Shut up.
it.
But jokes aside, though, like if that village is nearby, they gotta have a chicken over there or something, maybe.
Not necessarily. Chickens aren't really a cold creature.
But have you ever heard of mountain chickens?
They don't taste much better. They don't taste much worse.
But they're chickens nonetheless.
They're a bit meaner, though.
Yeah, so you might have to sock it in the face to knock it out a little bit, but
If you can
Beyond that, it should be fine.
Reaching the face might be a little bit more difficult than hitting it.
How big are these mountain chickens?
Probably fit to a Strahd one.
Probably put what?
You could probably fit to a Strahd one.
To a stride one?
2 people riding it.
Oh.
Think about it. It'd be a really fun fight because that also means you get a shit ton of chicken to eat. Think about it.
Mmm.
Think about it.
But Garner just said they don't taste that good.
Most things don't taste good. You haven't had a good bit of seasoning for any food in quite some time, alright? I miss pepper. Pepper was great.
Right. Pepper.
So, what's the plan then?
I think we should just wait here and talk until the snow comes and takes us.
Well, there's a possibility.
That's
but
what it
that's at least
seems
gonna
like
be
we're
several
fucking
hours.
doing. I'm gonna go in one direction, and if y'all want to follow, then you can follow. And she'll start walking towards the carriage track covered hill.
Okay.
Eon's gonna go ahead and be next in line then, after that.
Umbra's gonna ask Linnell what she thinks they should do.
Well, to be quite honest, it's not usual for a lake to not be frozen over unless there's signs of something else being warm in the area as well. Such as, the valleys, that sort of thing. And it's a lake, it's not a river, so it's not just the current moving too fast. So, at the very least, I don't think I'd suggest that.
Yeah, and I'm a little cautious about going through the trees, because it doesn't give me much room to fly.
Well, the carriage path does allow flight at least, so there's that.
There is that, yes. So you want to follow those two?
Might as well, I suppose.
Let's go then. And Umbra will start head following Eon.
Alright.
On the path we go.
If you're all alright with it, I'll talk with Yolanda a bit, since she can fly and catch up with you all.
I thought you were headed towards the valley.
I'm heading towards the valley. It's just going to see whether or not you need any help as you're crossing it.
Okay.
I do have my crossbow at the very least, so there's that. I don't necessarily have to go on the path to fire something at it. Distract a few things, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you're better with your crossbow than with your spear, that's for sure.
Yes, well, as you say.
Was it him or was it Dare that kept missing?
They both were when they.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, like father, like son.
And the rest of the party, they're just gonna stand there and die of exposure.
Everybody starts filing along, following after. Unless anybody is staying back at the time being, I'm going to say that everybody except for Yolanda and Garnick are making their way across. Alright. Leading up to the path, the hills themselves do obscure part of the view of the land itself. The carriage path definitely goes into it, and there is definitely that flickering blue flame that you can see moving around, though you can't see the full flame, just the top edge of it. As you all get closer, like somebody to make a perception or investigation check.
Alright. Alright, so that's a nat 20 plus 14, so 34.
For what?
Perception?
Is there a reason we're making it?
Um,
Sorry, I had to run to the bathroom.
okay, you just hadn't mentioned, so we weren't sure. Everybody except for Yolanda and Garnick are heading toward the carriage path presently.
Miranda will pass without a trace for those that wish to sneak.
Okay.
So plus 10 on your stealth.
All right. Since Syl was at the front. So, as you do get up to the carriage path, you can see that there are different parts where the carriage itself seems to move slowly in, just no worry whatsoever. And then there is parts where you can see around a bit of the curve where it looks like it is shallow on one end and heavier on the other, as if it has been speeding around the curve.
That's a 34 for Torque and 21 for Miranda for perception.
Okay. Present, you're able to see that as well, and you can see over the edge of some of the hills the blue flickering flame.
Are there any other signs, like arrows or...
So there's a 15 for Darwin, a 14 for Lilith, and an 18 for Eon.
There do not seem to be anything akin to arrows or things of that sort of nature around here. The snow does kind of round things out, so while there may have been something like an arrow, any holes or things like that, unless it was just like sitting out, would have been covered over. The only reason why the carriage one would be more prevalent still is just because of how deep that is going through there.
Can we tell what kind of animal is pulling this?
Okay. You do not see any sort of hoofprints or footprints for the carriage.
Ooh, that's awesome. And also very intriguing.
Driving a car.
A horseless carriage. Or something could have been flying and pulling it. What does the surrounding area? Is there like a higher hill?
There's a higher hill that is more toward the center. You can't really tell in terms of some that might be just behind it that are about the same height, possibly, or they could be really short. But it's just kind of a bumpy mass overall.
You said the blue flames are closer or further?
They are further along. You can just see the top of the flame. You can't see the source or whatever, just that it is moving.
Interesting. So were they moving from where? Have they moved from when we first saw them?
Yes, they have been moving around kind of in a drifting, circling and zigzag alternating pattern.
Does this look like dancing lights?
It's a bit bigger than a typical dancing light would be. It could be if somebody were somehow enlarging it for some reason or another.
Okay. Still gonna touch it.
You're gonna just go in and try to find and touch the fire?
Yes.
Okay. As Syl is heading in quickly, is anybody else following swiftly behind?
Torque will sneakily take up the rear.
Umbra's just gonna watch and have her pistols out.
Okay. All right. So, as you get deeper in, Syl, you can see the fire itself seems to be coming from deeper down under the snow and closer, not quite to the hill that is the furthest along. You can see the remains of what appear to be several sleighs that have very thick, long boards that it is riding along, which, when it had turned sharply, caused that angling before. It is, in fact, not actually a carriage, though it did appear similar. the carriage itself is half buried in the snow, and you see out of the corner, peeking out from another direction, an even more buried one that is a significant portion of one of the mounds. The one that is more exposed has a singular rider on it who looks to be frozen in a death scream and completely desiccated. They look like just bumping them, they might collapse.
I'm in danger. Well, YOLO. She's gonna go examine the sleds. You said the fire was coming out of the ground?
It is coming from below the ground, it seems, and it is moving around. This appears to be the utter tip of something.
Torque
Oh,
moves in
so it's
closer.
not like... Is it blue like a natural gas flame?
You're not entirely certain. Whatever it is, the snow is not melting from it.
That's cool. She's gonna go touch the flame.
With her eyes.
Okay.
We're ghosts. We've run into some undead, so.
Oh yeah. It's
Alright.
probably like a will-o'-the-wisp or something like that.
As you are reaching out to touch it, I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Awesome. $18.
Okay. You take 47 necrotic damage. And your hit
Only
point
47?
and your hit point maximum is reduced by that amount. As touching the blue flame, you feel your hand tighten, gnarl up, and start drying out from where you are touching. And there is this sound that comes from beneath the snow.
One just kind of pipes up from the back, just, Dill, what did you do? Dill.
It is muffled by the snow here and there with different frequencies, but increasing in pitch and widening. Everybody make a Constitution saving throw.
Son of a bitch. Dill, what did you do?
$20 for Torque. 27 for Miranda.
Un momento, por favor.
And so this is a separate one from your previous thing.
Yeah. It's a separate roll.
Okay. I had Alt-Tab for a second, so I didn't see that you had to put it into the thing.
Yeah, that advantage on Constitution saving throws helped her out the first time, because that was a 1. And also again on this time it was a 1. So it's like, fuck you, dice.
All right. So there is coming up out of the snow a huge sized figure, blue flickering flames around them, body completely covered in this tattered black robes that shadows their entire face, but what edge is seen is desiccated and broken off in parts down to the bone. And as it unleashes its death shriek,
Does it look like that giant that we fought?
it looks not the same as the giant. The giant itself did look even more skeletal in nature than this did. But it does look like it was... Potentially this could have been a giant before it was altered in some fashion. Just like the other giant was before it died. Eon, Umbra, Darwin, and Lilith are stunned. You each take 22 thunder damage and 20 psychic damage. Everybody else takes half as much. And it's not.
What were those damages again?
22 thunder and 20 psychic.
Sill's just gonna say hello to the giant in giant. Not Umbra, Sill. Sill's the one that knows giant.
Okay. The creature looks down at you and reaches out a single clawed hand pointing at you, its head turned slightly, and the clawed hand reaches a little further, slightly the hand turning as if it's curious and about to inspect you.
How far away is the hand from her?
Well, you went up and touched the flame, so as it rose out of the ground, I'd say you're probably within 5-10 feet of you, at most, and it's a huge creature.
Okay. She's gonna hold out her withered dried hand.
Okay.
We come in peace.
Make another Constitution saving throw.
Fucking hell. Lower time 17.
Okay. Alright. That is going to be 49 necrotic damage. And that is also reduced from your maximum.
I feel like Sill's going to die soon.
Oh yeah. On a scale of 0 to 166, she's a 66. No, 167.
Well, fair warning, primary healer is currently stunned, so luck.
So is he like radiating this fire all around him?
Oh, yes.
Oh!
That's what I said. That as it rose up, it was all around them, flickering. Yeah, it was just sunken into the ground and phased through the ground as it rose up.
So we're taking damage by going in melee with him.
Well, Scylla's at least. The death shriek that it gave when it got stirred out of just wandering around inside the ground when Syl touched the flame. It kind of like, what? And some people took a bit of damage from that.
Can she speak with with it?
You can certainly try to.
I mean, it's technically dead.
I mean, it's technically undead.
What the hell? Why not? She's gonna cast Speak with Dead and try to talk with it.
Okay. So, as you cast a spell, the spell passes over you. See just this faint shimmering in the air for a moment, which drifts in the direction of this thing, and then just fizzles out at the end. Speak with Dead doesn't work on undead.
Yeah, I just read that. Well, she's gonna walk away from it and say, you're probably not interested in what I have to sell anyways.
Is what Syl hears in Giant.
Yeah, it's,
Wants to be lit on fire.
so he said that warmth, so I think that's what he wants. So feel free to, warm him up. everyone.
I would, but in error state at the moment. I cannot move.
All right. Well, I can show you how to make a fire so you can stay warm. She'll say in giant. Oh, I have this thing, and she'll pull out a belt of fire giant string, and be like, "This should keep you warm too."
Owen just looks over, kind of just goes, "Don't think that's a good idea on that one." Wait, you're saying that in giant? Hold up.
Yeah.
This thing turns its head again, looking at the belt and how it's your size, more or less. Extends a finger again. This time, a second finger spreading out. Reaching toward Syl, and the next nearest.
She'll throw the belt onto his hand.
Okay.
Syl's about to die.
As you throw it onto the creature's hand, it passes right through it.
Ghost.
Piece of shit.
You light a ghost on fire? Is that something you're able to do?
Okay. As you see the belt fall through the hand, it lands into the snow, and powdery as it is, sinks deep into it. It is still reaching out a finger towards Syl and the next closest person.
Either be Torque or Eon.
Syl's gonna run away.
How long does this stun last for?
It is until the end of its next turn.
So, Syl also got stunned by that, right?
Syl didn't get stunned by the shriek. Syl did get affected by 2 times being affected by the touch.
How large is this thing?
Huge. It is a undead giant specter.
How does one kill a spectre?
Just call in a couple of Winchesters and leave it to him.
Boy, if I had that option, I would have taken it already.
So,
For Miranda. Bonus action Hex for dex saves on Giant, followed up by Eldritch Blast, and then blowing Action Surge to do another Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
$24 hit.
A 24 does hit.
So 25, 27 hits. 25 hits. 26 hits. Crit on that one. Nat crit. Nat 20. And then there's 24 hits. So
Here comes the dice. Do 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 do.
yeah. First one is 15 force. Is it impacting, or is it going through?
It is impacting.
Okay. No, I dropped my dice. Oh, sweet, under my thigh. 6, 11, 14. 8. 17, and for the crit. 24 and 16.
Okay.
And upon doing that, Torque's gonna come in and attack as well.
Okay.
But he will be doing it melee. He is going to Can I use an action for a bonus action?
You cannot.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not the ferret system.
It's dumb. He is going to Hold on a sec. I gotta look at something. Is enlarge reduce concentration?
I believe so. 1 second. Yes, up to 1 minute.
Okay. And that's a full action, right?
Yes.
There we go. I'm just pulling open the handbook. Okay, concentration 1 minute. Do entities one size larger automatically break grapple? Or is it 2 sizes larger?
2, I believe, does, but 1 moment. No more than 1 size larger and within your reach. So yeah, if they're 2, they automatically break it.
Okay. So then I'm going to favorite enemy on this guy for the bonus action. Enlarge for the regular action. I'll do a D4 more. My unarms count as magic, so does my fisty thing. I'm going to action surge and shove it over and then haymaker it.
Okay.
So acrobatics or athletics greater than average. That's way better. Greater than 43. And then that hit is a 30.
Okay.
For
Yeah, it's definitely not getting that.
that would be 8 fire, and 26 bludgeoning, magical. Use my daily action surge.
Okay.
Grapple and hit it again. Again, 43.
Yeah.
And that's a 24 to hit. For another same 8 fire and 26 bludgeoning. And it's grappled on the floor. And I can't do anything more.
Okay. Everybody, roll initiative.
It's that time again. It's that time again.
Miranda has a 20. Torque has 25.
Syl also has a 20. What's your initiative bonus?
Plus 5.
So has plus 10. So she'll go first.
My dex is plus 5, though.
Hers is also plus 5.
Shut up.
And there we go.
Just sent all of mine there.
Yeah.
Or Umbra. The line.
Yeah. She's never rolled that high for initiative.
It's like she needs cocaine. Speed.
Maybe because she's stunned.
She dumb?
She's gonna dismantle Eon.
Hi.
is Torque's turn.
Haymaker, attack. 32 and 32.
Okay.
So again, 8 fire, 26 bludgeoning for both. So 16 fire, 52.
Alright. And it is Aeon's turn.
Eon still stunned, or are they unstunned?
I would say unstunned at this point, since we weren't in initiative before.
Gotcha.
It is on the ground, prone, and it's not technically restrained right now, is it?
Technically not, no. It is able to be incorporeal, but you are able to grab it due to the magical nature. So, since it's not technically a saving throw, but a contested.
Yeah.
Once it's able to move on its turn, though, it can move right through you.
Okay. What do we
Even though I
want to-
have it grappled in magical nature?
Specifically, there's nothing that says about it being held when it is turning incorporeal. It is just simply the fact that you were able to use magic to grab it in the first place. So it's more or less that once it's shocked out of the fact that you were able to grab it, it's just like, oh, wait a second, I can move.
I think that's rather silly.
That's D&D for you. Usually...
My hands are magical in nature.
Yes, I get that. But D&D, for the most part, when they have things that are able to be incorporeal, they either are permanently incorporeal and you can't grab hold of them, or temporarily incorporeal when it is choosing to move. Instead of just simply, if you can grab it, you can grab it. If it was permanently incorporeal, then you'd be able to hit it, but you wouldn't be able to grapple it. Yeah, D&D is a little odd with certain rulings.
Okay. So, Eon's going to go ahead and start off his turn with a pop of the good old Veil of Darkness. He's going to basically like move back a little bit just to make sure as many people are within that kind of 20-foot radius as possible.
Actually, yeah, it does say that it would be immune to grappled. I had skipped that over when I was reading through them. I had seen restraint was immune, but I missed that. So you still would be able to deal the damage, but it wouldn't be held by you regardless. So
I can knock it over, but I can't pin it down.
Right. So that explains why you can't stop it when it moves. It just has the immunity. So.
Right. Well, in either case, I can knock it down for, depending on where it falls in the initiative, to help other people out.
Right.
Yeah.
Currently, if you walk up to it, you have advantage on attacks against it.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Actually, that advantage sticks over for ranged attacks as well, don't it?
No, it does not.
No.
It would cancel
do you have
out because you
spell-
get disadvantage.
It specifically provides disadvantage to ranged attacks unless you're within 5 feet, unless you have something like Spell Sniper or the Archer one.
Sharpshooter.
Or a crossbow expert.
Or you give an advantage.
Uh. That's me knocking on the desk, by the way, because I'm trying to think of the best way to maximize this turn here, real quick.
Die.
Eon is probably going to be the last one to die. Yeah, so he's still gonna step back, and he'll start off by using the Veil of Darkness to kind of give some cover to a lot. So, because it's kind of a thin path, I'm figuring he can't exactly get in the middle of everyone, so only people at the front really are going to be under the cover of this. Probably like Torque, Syl, and I'm assuming whoever's behind Eon. 2 people, probably not the whole party.
I'm sorry.
How wide of a path is this?
I'd say about good 25, 30 feet wide.
Okay. Everyone was kind of in line formation, though, right?
When you first were walking over, yes.
Well, for now, he's going to just kind of line up and guarantee just a couple people get that advantage then from the Veil of Darkness. I don't know who was behind him, though, is the thing. I don't know, like, what the marching order was behind Eon.
More or less vague.
All right, we're going to say one of the individuals behind Eon was Miranda. We'll say the other one was Darwin, because why not? So those 4 individuals, as long as they don't basically move out of 20 feet of where Eon is, they still get that kind of extra little bit of defense there. And then he's going to follow that up by popping one of his the animation protocol real quick to get some health back here real quick. Let's see here. It's not going to be much, but it should help recover at least a bit from whatever the hell that screaming thing was. If I can not drop everything in the process. He says as he drops more things. It's going to give back... What is that? That's 11 plus 3, so Eon. And that's going to be it for his first turn here, because he doesn't do any damage to...
Okay. So, the creature itself fades down into the ground, blue flames flickering as it descends deeper and deeper. Then, 3 blue flames appear as it rises out of different hills. Each the same look to them.
What rise out?
3 different flames and then 3 of these things out of different hills as the first one descended down. Want warmth. So, it is your turn.
This is why you don't let me choose the path, as she continues to run away. she'll be dashing and bonus action dash, and just running as fast and far away as possible.
You are heading through toward the other side still, correct? You're not retreating?
You said those more of those things popped up ahead and behind it, right?
They are spread out at present. You can still easily, with your movement, move around. I'm just asking which direction you're going.
She'll go forward ahead, dodging them, skating around them.
Okay. All right. That would be Miranda's turn then.
So is my main target gone now? Because I should have a hex on it.
Your main target is not gone.
Which one is bearing my hex?
Number 2.
I will focus on number 2. And point out that one was the former one targeted. And I will regular and bonus action Eldritch Bolt. $25. I'm gonna assume that this one's a miss. 14 misses.
14 misses.
$30. 21.
21 just hits.
Okay. It was hit, miss, hit, hit. 22. And miss. That one's a 17. So I got 4 hits.
Okay.
Ew. 19. 12. 17. And 15.
All right. All right, and that ends your turn?
Yeah, because she action surged already.
All right. And it is going to move up to Miranda as a legendary action.
It's flying.
It is flying. It is moving without provoking opportunity attacks. And then its turn begins, and it will try to reach out and grab hold of her twice, with one with each hand. That is a dirty 20. And that is a 27.
One second.
Hmm. John's going to use his reaction to that second attack to trigger the Varguard's cowl and take that damage for himself instead.
Well, this is requiring a saving throw. So, is it taking damage or is it taking the attack? That's the difference. That is
A good point. Let me look through the wording is here real quick. Used as a reaction to an ally being successfully struck. Attack rolled higher than ally's AC or failed save against a single target attack/spell.
Okay, so then it would be that you would do the saving throw instead, as long as it did hit. So.
Gotcha.
And you said that was Aeon doing it?
Yeah, see, it's one of the Necron tier things.
Okay, just making sure as far as who it's applying to.
And that's one charge off of the Varguard.
So, with Miranda, did the dirty 20 hit?
Yeah. I was trying to find something that I might be able to do, but looks like it's gonna hit.
Okie dokie. So, I need you both to make a Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha. It's not my D20. That's my D20. All right, that's more like it, Eon. That is a 26 for Eon.
Okay. Alright. And Miranda?
20, I said.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Alright. Alright. That will end its turn. That will carry it to Kale. It is going to try to slash it with the sword. That is a hit, just barely. And that was a 1 on damage. Plus the
Good
modifier.
job.
Plus the modifier, but still. Okay. Alright. And Lilith, it will be your turn.
Alrighty. So, what are we gonna do? It's a very strong question. Ooh, hold up. Wait, does this... That does not help. Okay. Sill's running away, so let's not worry about her. Let's go ahead and cause a bit of damage here. We're gonna go ahead and hit him with a...
Hit me with your best shot.
We're gonna go and hit him with a 4th. So, how many of these things total are there again? 4?
There appear to be 3 of them.
Oh, that's including the one that we ran into initially?
Supposedly. Miranda says it is.
Alright. That one's been taking a beating, so let's start dispersing damage elsewhere here real quick. Lilith's gonna go ahead and cast a 4th level Shatter on one of the other ones. Probably whichever one's closer.
Okay.
Or actually, I don't suppose they're within 10 feet of each other, are they?
They are not.
Alright. So, she'll go for one that isn't too close to have that kind of 10-foot bounce back on any of our party. And hit it with that. That's going to be a 16 Constitution saving throw. Or
Okay.
DC 16 Constitution saving throw for the target.
Nat 20 plus 5. 25.
Oh shit. Okay. We're going to follow that up with a bonus action to cast a 2nd level... Oh, 1st level healing word on... Hold up. Can do a 2nd level healing word as a bonus action. I forgot about that. We'll go ahead and do... 2nd level healing word on Torque. Which will give back 2d4 plus 3. A little bit, but every little bit counts when something's doing that much. That's 4 plus 3, 7, 10 health back.
Yay!
Okay.
And that's Lilith's turn.
Okay.
Lilith is not good at combat.
Alright. And is going to be Fennec's turn. I'm going to lash out. Miss. Both times. Darwin.
Alright. Everything they've been saying about warmth has been in giant this entire time, right?
Yes.
Okay, damn it. I was gonna have a cool moment where he was like, alright, you want warmth so bad? Take it. And then fucking... Scorching Ray. But, I mean, they're undead, so fire's gonna do damage anyway, it's assumed, so... Go ahead and give them what they want. How does a... How many rays does this give me? I believe this gives me 7 rays. I will take it. Alright, we're going to go and cast a 6th level Scorching Ray. If the maximize metamagic.
I'm sorry, the what?
Go ahead.
Magic?
Or, not mag. Why am I fucking up the word so hard right now?
Because.
thing. What is the word that I'm having a stroke with here? The one that re-rolls 3 dice for damage or whatever it is.
Okay.
Why am I having such a problem with this?
Reasons.
Empowered.
Empowered. Why did I? I'm watching too much anime apparently. Maximize. Right.
Or, just enough beast wars.
Good point. Yeah. So we'll go ahead. We're gonna send 2 at the one, or 3 at the one that is attacking Miranda, and then 2 at each of the others. So I need my d20. Where'd I put it? There it is. So here's for the 3 going to one attacking Miranda. We have an 18.
Miss.
We have a 21.
Just hits.
We have a 29.
Hits.
Actually, that's a crit, ain't it? Because plus not. God, I'm sorry, I'm feeling rusty at this. So spells, if I get nat 20 on it, is that a crit? Because I feel like I'm having a stroke.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, yeah. So that third one then is a crit.
Okay.
Then for the 2 attacking one that Lilith cast Shatter at, I guess, just to give them names. That is miss, guaranteed. I don't know how I managed to get 14, but I did. And that is also a miss. That is a 15.
Okay.
Then for the last one that hasn't been targeted yet, crit. So that's 29 total. And then pretty sure an 11 doesn't hit anything. So we're going to say no to that one.
Okay.
All right. Alrighty. So for the first one, that was 1 hit, 1 crit. So that is 6. There we go. And here we go. I'm going to go ahead and use one of my dice rerolls on a 1 that I got here. All the rest are... Roll the 1. Get a 2. Okay. So total damage on the one that is attacking Miranda is going to be 18.
Okay.
Then it was both misses on the one that Lilith had targeted. And then there's 1 crit, 1 miss on the one that hasn't been targeted, so that is 46. And we're going to go ahead and use the last 2 re-rolls on these 2 2s that I got, which leaves behind a 3 and a 4. And with the re-roll, we get another 3 and a 4. So that puts us at 14 on the one that has not been attacked.
Okay.
Or damage, of course.
As you fire the burst through it, it seems to go straight through, and there's not even a smirk or any sort of reaction to it.
On which one?
All of them.
The one that hasn't been damaged yet.
Just the one that hadn't been damaged.
Yes. The other one is giving a low growl chuckle.
Chuckle?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Might have to run, guys. I hate to say it, we might have to run.
The other ones are just illusions. Focus on the one that you've been attacking.
Well, you know what? I really wish Darwin was intelligent enough to realize that. And Lilith was intelligent enough to realize that.
Miranda told you.
Darwin's not the best at listening. Remember, they did just kind of get stunned from hearing damage, and I may or may not have been eating a pretzel stick really loudly. So I didn't
Guys,
hear Miranda say that.
that one is the one that has been damaged.
Yeah. Didn't know if there were, any of the others that were real, but, process of elimination
Yeah, but that confirms it.
actually hitting one, So.
Well, the good news is I still got a bonus action here. Which... go ahead and pop a third level healing word, because bonus actions are fun. On Randa, since she's kind of getting smacked about by that thing a little bit. Or
She's
actually,
only,
Torque's probably taken.
She's only 11 damage down.
I was also just gonna say, other thing about it, Torque's also been taking a shit ton of damage, as has Syl.
Yeah,
Syl hasn't gotten
has
that
taken
far.
the most. Syl's taken the most. Both of them, both of mine are only like.
Syl's absolutely fine.
She's over 200 feet
Still
away.
within 60 feet?
No, she's over 200 feet away.
Yeah, Syl
Thought she ran
ran like crazy.
Hey, well,
Didn't she
ain't getting
get
healed then.
like her max hit points lowered a couple times?
Twice, yes.
Yeah.
Like I said, she
Right,
doesn't
but
need
so-
healing. She just,
She's the lowest health.
Just needs to run. So
I
we'll
mean,
go and
you can't
retarget that
heal
healing
it
onto
because her
Torque.
max hit points are reduced. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, good point.
her.
So
She's technically at full health, as full as she can
She
be
is
right
at
now.
full
just that if you sneeze on her, she dies.
I mean, no, she's not a first edition wizard.
Point. That's from 1d4 damage. Kind of damage?
I'm
1d4. I'm dead. But no, so we're gonna go ahead and target Torque with that, actually, since he did just get into a bitch. Which is 3d4 plus 4. So we start off with 3 plus 2, so that's 5, plus 3, 8 plus 4, 12. So 12 extra more
Hey,
health
he's at
back
full
to...
Yeah, he's at full health. But
See, look at that. Healing Word is a good spell. You just have to use a shit ton of it.
All right.
And that ends Darwin's turn.
Okay. Elwyn is going up. Okay. That is going to hit. That is also going to hit.
you're using his fancy bow, right?
It's his fancy bow, yes. He's just not using the special arrows right now.
Fair enough.
All right. And that is 38 damage. No, 39. All right. And he is going to go after Syl next. Because Syl is running off on her own to who knows what. At least having somebody who can shoot from a distance might help. Alright, that will end Elwyn's turn. It is Umbra's turn.
Alrighty. She's gonna move back 30 feet. And then shoots it twice.
tentacles.
Oh wait. How far away is she from it before she moves?
So it is a 20-foot radius around. It's basically like the width of the path. It's about slightly more technically.
So she's 20 feet away from it?
At least, yeah.
She'll move up. Are there any teammates within 15 feet of her?
Yes.
In a cube in front of her?
Yes, though you could aim straight up. It's huge. It's a giant size.
Okay. So she'll have to aim up.
Run away from the cloud. Run back into the cloud. No, it's scary, but it protects us.
So she'll have to use a bonus action to load in a fire bullet. That is a 22.
That hits.
Alright. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
It has disadvantage on dex throws right now, if it's the main one.
Well, the first one was the lower of the two. That is 11.
Alright, it fails. So it takes 5d6 fire damage, and it has disadvantage on a first attack.
Stacks on stacks. Oh, the pancake mound.
That's gonna be 28 fire damage.
Okay.
And then she'll move back 25 feet.
Alright.
She will end her turn.
Okay. And the male is going to try to attack. Oops. Fell off the board. Misses on both. She is going to try to move further across. Alright. And it is going to use a legendary action. And it is going to lash out at Torque. So that is a 17 to hit.
Ha! Miss.
Okay.
Torque just like ducks and flips off the ghost.
Torque's AC's 28.
It doesn't know that. I know that, but I've rolled to see who is it going to attack. Torque damaged it a fair bit, so it's like...
I mean, the sad thing is, Torque's AC gets to 33?
Jesus.
35 if he has haste.
Yeah,
So the faster he moves, the higher his AC.
Yeah, it
Well,
doesn't,
haste gives 2.
it doesn't know that though. So,
Yeah.
all right, that ends the legendary action. It makes it Torque's turn.
Torque's gonna come up and keep punching the shit out of him. Let's see. Is he doing psychic damage?
He did on the shriek. He didn't do it on anything else.
No. Then I had more hit points than I thought. I have a resistance against psychic.
Okay, well the
It
shriek
doesn't
was
matter
only
anymore.
10 psychic that you took, so you'd
Yeah.
gain back 5 HP. Which
I'm
you're
at full
already
health right now.
so. All right. Well,
'I'm gonna move up, and I totally forgot I can hit as a bonus action. And yeah, beat the shit out of him.
that ghost's gonna get these hands. All right.
22.
Hits.
His ass.
23.
Hits.
And bonus action for it hits. 32. So yeah, that is again all together 24 fire damage plus 78 bludgeoning damage. Magical.
Okay.
Does it look bloody, quote unquote, damaged?
1 second. All right. Yes, it does look like it is haggard. The flames are still, both the blue flames and the fire that's been attacked at it are still around it at present. They have not dissipated. All right. Anything else Torque is doing?
No, that's his action and bonus action.
Okay. Not moving then.
Yeah, he's just He goes up to if he's not next to, he goes up to the one that was damaged, and he hits it those 3 times.
And then he's going to use another legendary action and try to hit Miranda. That is a 15 to hit.
Nope.
Yeah, that was a 2.
Golly.
I also rolled a 2 to hit him.
Alright, it is Aeon's turn. Meryl.
Hello, here we go. I forgot to unmute.
It is Aeon's
Because
turn,
I-
so.
Might be special. Alright. So, what Eon can do.
Many things. He can bury himself in the snow,
Many things.
die of hypothermia. He can run into the lake and die of hypothermia. He can go ahead and start scrounging in the slaves.
Die of hypothermia.
Die of hypothermia. I think the issue is that. Well, I guess, yeah, this will work. This will work, actually.
Run to the forest and find out what's rustling the trees.
Or he's gonna on that little tachyon arrow and shoot this thing in the face. And we will go ahead, do that, because that sounds fun, and hopefully it will work. Maybe.
How does it ever work? Most of the time.
Actually, hold up. Just realized. Does this this probably buys a monstrosity worth getting?
I'm sorry, what?
Is this creature type is monstrosity? Because
No, it is
got that
not.
one level in ranger.
It's not a
Okay,
monstrosity.
never mind. That's
It's a undead giant.
right. So we'll go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and shoot him in the face with tachyon arrow, and we're gonna use that good old tactical objective of dust and ashes to add an extra dice to damage, and just pray to the Lord this hits. AKA Eon, don't fuck this up. Even though he's actually had not the best track record on hitting these shots. But, yeah. Go ahead and do that. 18 plus 7,
That hits.
which is okay.
That's
God, my
25.
brain's run. All right, sweet. So that's shit ton of damage. It's gonna take a hot second for me to roll because I swear I'm going blind. Here we go. Damage. What the fuck am I doing? I'm rolling a D100. That is not a D10. Okay, look, guys, I'm not
I mean,
normally
it,
this
it can
bad.
work
I
as
swear.
it can work as one, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just dumb. All right, so we are sitting at 13, 17, 22. 22 damage. And we're going to follow that up with
What type of damage is that?
piercing.
Regular piercing, magical.
I don't know if this technically counts as a magical weapon.
You said it was just the tachyon one, correct?
The tachyon arrow, yes. Which I guess I don't think we called it a magical weapon, but
No.
Yeah.
It is more powerful, but it is not magical.
Call him on his bullshit.
All right.
I mean, the thing is it is literally phasing through things. And the tachyon arrow is literally described as just a beat up metal slug that's fired from a wrist cannon, basically. I mean, I don't think there'd be any reason for it to be a magical weapon, so I don't know. Let it slide just this one time for the memes, I mean.
Mm-hmm. All right. That end Eon's turn, or does he have anything else he's doing?
He's using a fucking god damn it, Caleb, just fucking speak your words. I just said the name of it. He's gonna use his second use of the reanimation protocol to get back a little bit more HP here real quick. I think I've lost some dice. Nope, they're in my pocket because I'm both smart and dumb at the same time. Oh, hot damn. Okay, so that is 6, 12, 15, 3, 18 health back.
Okay. All right. Then that ends his turn.
Yes, that is the end of Ian.
Okay.
There's, technically speaking, nothing he can do with his normal weapons to actually damage this thing. Everyone else is too close for him to do the other stuff, so.
All right. So it descends into the ground again, and then 4 flames rise up this time. All right. It is Syl's turn.
Probably still run like a bitch.
Probably.
She's gonna look behind her, and what does she see?
Perception check.
Awesome.
She's giant metal skeleton man flipping her off. No, I'm joking.
27.
Okay. There's a few things that you see. First, you can, from getting across and getting on the slight slope of the hill beyond this passage, you can see down to where your allies are, for the most part. The hills do obscure some of them with them between each other and things like that. You can see there are 4 of these things that had let you injure yourself on it. And there's also something you don't see. There is no one in the air at present.
Who was in the air? Yolinda?
Yolinda was supposed to fly and catch up.
Oh, yeah, with Garnick?
Yes.
Oh no, the plot thickens. She's,
Or run back as fast as you can.
she's going to... What's the range of this thing? Mm-hmm. How far away would you say she is?
Well, you ran 200 feet, you said. Yes.
Dash, bonus action dash. So that's 120?
120 feet. Okay.
She did that twice, though, right? So that'd be 240. It's within range.
Okay. So that would put where Yolinda and Garnick had been when everybody was going off at about 560 feet.
That's not within range. But she's not gonna shoot Garnick or Yolinda just right now.
You do not see them.
Oh! Meh. That's their problem. They're the lucky ones not having to deal with this.
I mean, I'll be honest, probably one more turn and it's gonna be dead, but yeah. Orc's been wailing on it, you know.
Both Miranda and Torque's wailing on it.
Can she hide as a bonus action from the thing? Or would she have an attack with advantage? Without hiding.
Well, I mean, you definitely have enough people to flank it.
Okay. Oh, but she can't use sneak attack because she has disadvantage on it because it's in the max range of the crossbow. Never mind. She'll just shoot it regardless. Not like they'll do anything. That is... Dirty 20.
That sucks.
Miss. Hello?
I'm sorry, I did not catch that. There was a little noise on my end.
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20 misses. Just barely.
Okay. Whew. And lands right next to Elwyn.
Okay. Elwyn had run past the group to try and catch up with you.
Oh! Why?
Because you were
Weirdo.
running off on your own, and at least he could fire his bow in case you encountered something new.
Oh, that's sweet of him. So, then it'll land right next to Eon. Ping.
Is it that you fired right next to Yon?
A crossbow bolt flies past the giant and lands next to you.
And just kind of looks down, looks back up, and just... If he had eyebrows, they would be furrowed. Does not have eyebrows. So it just looks like he stares at you for a moment.
Alright. Anything else?
What can she do as a bonus action?
Jump in the snow?
Oh. Well, it doesn't matter because she still has disadvantage on the attack. Yeah, now she'll end her turn.
Okay. It is Miranda's turn.
Miranda is... which one still bears my my hex?
It is the third one, presently.
Okay, so now I point that out for everybody.
Darwin, make sure you shoot this one.
And she is going to cast haste on Torque and bonus action Eldritch Blast on that one. Uh, 26, 22, 22. For 14, 15, and 17.
Alright, what was the total on that?
Hold on. .46 force damage.
Okay. The flames start sucking into it, and it seems like it is healing itself from the fire that was used against it earlier, but the Eldritch Blast just perforates through it, just holes spreading out and aerating, though there's no blood, just this blue flame and shadow that just dissipates and scatters across the snow, fading away before it even touches. And there's this as it just starts to collapse in on itself and vanish.
Are all the copies vanishing too?
The copies instantly disappear.
Torque's gonna search around for it. It's gonna be a passive. Let's see. 31 for general and 34 for visual.
Okay. There is just this faint, shadowy mist in the air just when you look at it from the right angle. Clearly in pain, not able to say anything or move, as it is scattered, dissipated a fair bit, but there's still something there. This magic punch that he can sense.
Punch that bitch.
Yep. He's gonna walk up, go up to it, and punch it 5 times.
Okay. So that does mean that it automatically fails its death saving throws.
Aura. Useless.
Alright. So, there's just this scattering here and there of the shadow and blue flame before it fully vanishes. And the corpses on the sleigh, the one that was exposed earlier and then the one that was partially exposed, start just falling apart. Several of these hills shift a bit, and some of the snow rolls, and some of it just falls down in on itself.
We took the
I don't know
worst
about
possible
y'all.
path.
I don't know about y'all, but Torque and Miranda are both going to start searching those areas where it caved in on itself and where the large monster came out of.
Okay.
And the where the two corpses, the carriage or whatever, stagecoach,
Sleighs.
Sleighs, and search those areas too for loot time.
John's gonna stay on guard, but I think the other two would. And then curious to see what was in these sleighs and, well, everything that's happened. I mean, hey, maybe there's something useful, you know. I mean, they're not gonna be needing it.
24 investigate for Torque, and Miranda is a straight 15.
Straight 15 for Darwin as well. Lilith is sitting at a 17. Or investigation.
Okay. What was the total for your last two?
Darwin 15, Lilith was a 17.
Okay. All right. Torque. One of the sleighs you find, there is a pile of corpse dust that is inside a huge, well, not huge as in size category, but very large, rotund sized individual before they had been desiccated and fallen apart. Red coat, pants, and hat. And the sleigh has a bag that is full of coal.
It's full of coal.
It is full of coal.
Take the coal! That's
Krampus can go
takes
fuck
talking.
himself.
It killed Santa.
Krampus.
Okay.
Oh, Santa puts coal in stockings.
Depending on the tradition, they both do.
Point, yeah.
So, the others have assorted food and simple provisions, most of which, from being exposed to the snow for as long as it is questionable in terms of how palatable it will be. There is also 125 gold and 223 silver split between all of the sleighs that are able to be found. None of these individuals appear to be massively wealthy, just people who had tried getting through this area and saw, well, for my sleigh I can get through this way, and did not realize that the hills were others that had died along the pass.
That sucks.
How much gold and how much silver?
125 gold and 223 silver.
223. Jeez. Okay. how much coal?
So you can see clearly that there's some coal that's spread out around the bag. When you reach into the bag and start pulling it out, it just keeps coming and coming.
Oh, so it's
And
a giant sack of holding. How big's the sack?
It is big enough that you could climb inside of.
What's its dimensions? Oh, no, that's a bad idea. I don't want to put it inside my handy haversack anymore.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That's a big no.
Especially
That's a
since it's
no.
not just the ethereal realm that you'd be going to.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Want to go check on those Tarrasques?
Nope. He
Maybe-
doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't want to know anything about it.
Yes. But on examining it and looking at it, it doesn't seem like when you try to test it by like putting snow in or anything like that, like it adds anything there. The snow just falls back out when shifting the bag. It is a never-ending person-sized bag full of coal.
So it's like a duffel bag?
You could easily toss somebody in it and carry them, but they'll be all smudged up in coal, and they are not added to this pocket dimension that is just full of coal.
Hey, hold up. Oh, does
How
anyone
heavy is
else
it?
see the bag of coal as he's picking it up as well?
I mean, go ahead and make a perception check. Torque, are you at all trying to hide that
Nope.
you're taking it? So, just perception check just to see in terms of if you notice it.
I can almost guarantee Darwin doesn't see it because he got like... Or actually, we'll just go passive for Darwin. There we go. Problem solved. 15 perception for Darwin. I'm too lazy to roll for Lilith. We're going to go for the 22 passive.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
passive of 16 for Eon.
Yeah, I'll say that unless you are... unless Torque is trying to hold it, that the DC is only 10, so it's not really
Yeah,
that hard.
Miranda and Torque are just kind of scrounging the pockets where the sleighs were and where the hills crumpled
Mhm.
to look for loot from the dead people.
You do find assorted clothing of different sizes, different styles. There are some that appear to be sort of noble, some that appear to be merchant, some that appear to be very poor. There are clothing for men and women and children, and styles for different cultures and races.
How serviceable are the sleighs?
The sleighs look to be fine, aside from the fact that they're mostly buried in snow.
At.
Are they good for going over the snow, or are they like getting entrenched in the snow?
You would use a sleigh to go over the snow.
Well, yeah,
At
but if it's too
present-
deep,
No, it's more or less that you could go to one of the ends and you can easily get a sleigh through. It's just that there was just enough room for a sleigh to go through, weaving back and forth with the hills, which then this thing would attack and then just shove one of them to the side to make another hill. So nothing could go straight through. It had to take the turns and such, which would wake it up.
okay. How many people fit in a sleigh?
Probably be able to fit about 8.
We've got a couple who can fly. Speaking of which, Where's Linda?
Does anybody have enlarge reduce as a spell? Or wait, that's only a minute long, isn't it?
Yes.
That's lame. What about
Given enough materials, Umbra could probably break down one of the sleighs and fashion its bits onto another one to make a much larger sleigh.
If you give
Be
her
too hard.
time, she could also make like a snowmobile.
So there are 10 sleighs in total. If you go to one of the ends, you could just simply move one of the sleighs out of the way and then go back and grab a second sleigh. If you're worrying about how many people you can get.
Well, then we need to worry about what's gonna pull the sleighs.
Does anybody have polymorph?
As you looked over the tracks earlier, Syl, there did not appear to be anything that was pulling them, but there definitely was the track of the sleighs going in and out. Well, in from both sides, I should say.
They magical sleighs?
They do appear to be.
Ours. We gotta do is get in and go.
I'm good for that after I'm done.
Theft Auto. Except they're dead, so technically it's... Ender's right, I guess.
I'm gonna keep digging in the spots where they collapse and everything. I'm gonna do a thorough search for loot.
Okay. So that was including searching through all of them, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. No. The bigger piles were just simply there were more people that were in the sleighs, and then because there's no more body there, poof, it collapsed inward.
Then, if we want to get a couple of sleighs, Torque will scout ahead.
Okay.
For sleighs or for...
We only need at most 2 if they're magical in nature.
Yeah.
And
No, I didn't know if you were scouting ahead to look for good sleighs that were intact, or if you were looking to see if there were any more ghost things sitting under the ground somewhere.
oh no, he's gonna be scouting ahead for just general stuff. Anything
Gotcha.
of note.
Okay.
Did Torque like just pull out a bunch of coal out of that bag, by the way, or is he just...
Yeah, and we're keeping the bag of coal.
Okay.
That is cheap heat.
Alright. So
I
Eon
was gonna
looks
ask
over.
if she could use some of that coal.
The
Torque
thing
doesn't
Eon's
care.
thinking about right now is that coal, in the right circumstance, can provide power. If you can make it efficient enough, that can provide a good portion of power. So...
Torque's kind of a utilitarian, or utility person. He's keeping it because of that. He doesn't care if anybody uses it. He just wants us to take it with.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. Just saying we need some.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to
We
be
can
have
use
a
it
bottom,
to-
so go nuts, guys.
Alright.
Limitless power supply, you say?
Look out, steam power.
Just gonna build a fucking train. It's gonna make a steam-powered train to ride our way
It's the
through
Polar
woods.
Express.
The train is also made of coal.
Now we need an endless water supply. It will
So,
be
do you have
sad.
it shut or anything like that, or just keeping it open while you're moving it?
I mean, it would be. After I've checked it, I would cinch it while I've got everything ready, so it didn't like fall out.
So, I will let you know just from time that will be passing later. It can do up to 100 pounds per day. It is
Fair enough.
never ending, but it does have a limit to how much it will do per day.
Okay, 100 pounds of coal is a lot.
It is. But you can't,
Coal's not that heavy.
end up creating an entire continent out of it and raise the ocean or
Not
something
right
like
away.
that. Yeah.
Right away, you could
Yeah,
do
right
100
away.
pounds per day, though.
You can slowly do things. It's just you can't, bury a kraken in it kind of thing. It does have some limits, but it's still a lot. You also can use it toward gunpowder as long as you got the other materials.
Heck yeah.
Let's make
Problem
cannons.
Umbra has been running into is getting the ammonium nitrate.
Well, I'll
There's,
tell you what.
there's some.
Jan could work together with Umbra and build more of those Canoptech things if we really wanted to.
So, all right. Yeah. You are able to easily unbury 2 slaves that are at the front. They don't seem to move when somebody sits down on them.
Coal powered.
Umbra,
I think we should identify them if they're magical in nature.
Well, Umbra
to
wants
check 'em out.
to see the red cloak and all of that. And she'll use prestidigitation to clean it.
You're cleaning the red suit, or
The red suit, yeah.
okay.
And she'll see if Linnell would like to wear it. Or if it would be too big for her, then she'll look for someone else who could wear it.
It definitely looks way too big, especially around the belly.
That is actually.
Does it have a
Santa
belt?
It does, but the belt is more at the waist, whereas this is a coat that's longer than where the belt would be.
Well, if she ever gets cold, she can wear it.
Okay.
And Umbra will stuff that into one of her bags of holding. It looks like a very comfortable thing.
There is a slight shimmer on it as you are bringing it to the magical bag, bag of holding.
She's
Stop!
going to cast Identify.
Okay. The coat itself has 2 features to it. One, when worn, no matter the temperature, you feel comfortable. You can wear it in a whiteout blizzard, or you can wear it in a volcano. You might still take the fire damage, but you'll feel comfortable. It means you will not take any exhaustion as a result of the environment from temperature-related things. So you will not dehydrate in the desert and take exhaustion. You will just be thirsty.
Alright.
The second is that the pockets themselves are lined with small little pockets. And one of them, inside the coat, is a small, never-ending pocket of candy. It allows once per long rest a good berry effect, but it is instead candy instead of berries.
Once per day?
Once per long rest.
Oh. What kind of candy?
It appears to be whatever type that you pull out after you first pull out a candy cane. After that, when you reach in and think about it, that's the type of candy it becomes.
So could she think of her homeworld candy and it would be there?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Oh, that sounds comfy as shit.
This is definitely what the nail should be wearing, so she doesn't become a popsicle.
And tell her to put it on.
Yeah, after you identify it, then she's like all for it. But you know, it's like it's definitely a bit big still, but it at least is, you know, comfortable.
Comfortable. Yes. Don't want you.
What would you need skill in to be good at like suturing clothes together? Like deductions and stuff.
Okay. The third property is that on wearing it through a long rest, it will resize to the wearer. It does not require attunement for that. The unfortunate thing about that is, if the wearer is smaller than you, you're going to be a little difficult fitting into it.
Alright. So, I tell the nail these things, and that when we go to sleep, to wear it, and it'll shrink to fit you.
Okay.
And you'll have never-ending candy that acts like Goodberry. And I'll
Linnaeus Santa Claus. Long till Linnaeus starts growing a beard.
It does not appear.
That's just the coat?
That is just
Does
the coat.
Does she have to identify the hat, or does not appear magical?
The hat and pants do not appear magical.
Okay. So Umbra would have to manually resize them.
Yes.
So they could fit her. Okay.
The hat she can probably fit on her head. It'll just hang fairly low. But the pants definitely a little bit too big for her.
Make her even more adorable with the hat on. Boop. And she could fix up the pants and short whenever she's resting, because it doesn't take too long.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too difficult to do, just depending on skill with such things in terms of how long it takes to get it to a comfortable state. That sort of thing. So.
Well, she's proficient with all the artisan tools, and she can craft up to like.
Right. So I'm saying in
GP.
your particular case, yes, Umber would be able to. I'm saying in general, anybody can attempt to sew, because even people who weren't skilled had to do that on the battlefield at times.
Oh yeah.
You know, even if they
and
weren't.
Then you become proficient.
Yeah, even if they weren't necessarily sewing garments, they frequently were having to, stitch people. So that said, the slaves themselves still are remaining where they were, unburied at the end, but not moving.
So she can cast Identify on the sleigh.
So the slaves themselves will move from the person sitting in the center, in the front, in the direction that the wielder chooses and the speed. However, in order to start or stop, it requires the command word to be said.
And what is that command word?
Each one is a different command word for the different sleighs. In the language of the previous owner, but they both, for these two, translate to the same thing. engage.
Oh, it's so dumb.
Can we change the command word?
You will need to be able to take a bit of time with it, but it is
One more
possible.
time, what's that command word?
Engage.
Yeah, that's the translation of it, but yes.
This one is gonna at least be changed to.
You share that with anyone else what it means? If it's in a different.
Yeah, she'll tell everybody about the sleigh. Not everybody about the coat. She'll just tell them all that.
One just looks over and goes, "That is a understandable power word. Shall continue to use it."
Right, that's because you're no fun.
Engage.
Engage.
Best word. Engage. Maximum overdrive.
I think you should just power down for the day.
Oh. You have work to do.
Okay. On identifying it, for some reason, whoever designed these sleighs used the same command word for start and stop. So it does not make any sort of grammatical sense for why it would be engaged to stop, but that is what they designed.
Engage brakes. Sounds down to clown.
Upon testing, who will be the test pilot?
Take a guess. Jan's hopping up in this
Is
bitch.
it a land vehicle?
It is a snow and ice land vehicle. It will not work along more rugged terrain without something else to help it along. In which case, it'll be a bumpy ride. But
Wheels.
So.
Eon's gonna hop in one of these bad boys.
Okay.
Umbra's gonna
and-
hop in the other one.
But it's like the first time cars were created and the only two cars on the road managed to crash into each other. That's exactly what's about to happen.
Yeah, no.
But as Eon's loading up onto the sleigh and taking a look at it for a moment, he goes, "This is like a more primitive version of the catacomb command barges from my tomb. Also, this smells like garbage."
Mine smells like peppermint. And death. But mostly peppermint.
But mostly peppermint. It's like some dude got stabbed by like 14 candy canes, and you're like, I can really smell that peppermint. And a slight hint of dead. Eon looks back over to Umbra and goes, "Were there any other things you were able to tell about these sleighs besides the power words?"
If you want to make it go faster, you have to say, what's that word?
Yeehaw.
You have to go yippee-ki-yay and wave your fist in the air like you're mushing some deer.
Like this, and then Eon does it. He's just like, put his hand up in the air. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, exactly that.
Affirmative.
You're not even gonna insight check? Okay.
Would you lie to him? This is an important time. Do not have time for lies. Then when he does it and finds out he's lying, he's just like, "You butchered me."
It'll be executed in the morning. So, alright. As you engage, it starts off at just a very slow pace before you start to decide how quickly, which direction, if you want to tilt it slightly. It won't get it fully off, but it does help with turns.
Yield's gonna basically do the thing you'd see with most people who are learning how a car works would do. He'd like move forward a bit, see if it can reverse, practice turning it, just trying to figure out what kind of level of mobility this thing has in terms of like quick reactions, moving forward, backwards, that type of deal.
Okay. So, it will only go forward and turn. It will not go in reverse.
So you have to do a UE to go back around.
Yes.
And about how tight would you say the turning radius is on this?
It has the turning radius of an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, I'd say it's not quite that bad, but I'd say it's more along the lines of like a cargo van.
Like if you wanted to do a 90-degree turn left, you'd like at end position, you'd be like 15 foot left, 15 foot up, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like kind of a wider circle. All right.
It's a wider circle. It's not as much as a big rig truck or anything like that, but it's a little bit larger than a normal car would be.
Okay.
You can.
I mean, that's still pretty decent.
You can take it quicker, and you can angle it to get a little sharper, but then there's the possibility of tipping and things like that.
I'm sure Eon weighs like 100 pounds.
Umbra's just gonna go
on the correct
full
side,
out
but...
driving this. Just go pedal to the metal. Shoom! And try to run over Syl.
Time to see if Syl dies.
240 feet away.
Get there in one turn.
These things can go 50 feet normally.
Normally.
So can you take the dash action?
You can technically do that, but you forgo your own action in order to do so.
Huh.
Because you are focusing on it during that time instead of being a free action.
Okay.
Need to go fast. BKA.
Hilarious.
Well, before he like starts racing off, though, he's gonna gesture to those on the ground to start piling in.
Okay.
They are not currently left behind.
Yeah, Umbra will come back to pick up
Yeah.
the others.
About to say we've got a couple more. I think it's like what we've got round 12 to 14, I think total. Actually, no one's asked any questions about Yolinda except for Syl and Garnick. So
Well, after Umbra has picked up her passenger, she was gonna head back to where what's his face and what's her face were at.
Linda and Garnish.
Garnick and Yolinda, yeah.
Garlic.
So, does Syl tell anybody that she does not see them?
No, as far as I'm concerned, Umbra left Syl over there, and Syl has not moved back towards the group.
Right. I'm saying when, say, Umbra picks her up, is she going to say anything to Umbra or wait until we're back with the group?
Let's roll that douche die. High or low?
Hi.
What are we trying to go for?
She's not telling nobody nothing.
All right. At that point, then, are we just doing a UE and going to? Umbra's riding off back towards where we left Yolinda and Garnick, then, right?
Yeah, she was gonna go back there because she wouldn't have noticed them.
I mean, Yolinda did say she was gonna fly in, and the fact that she hasn't yet, and we literally just got done beating a ghost giant to death. Again. Back to death, I guess you could say, beating it back to death. The fact that she didn't arrive and all that's slightly worrying, especially considering we know for a fact that she's being hunted. And Eon's going to make a sudden realization that she was talking to somebody, deep speech the other day, and there is a chance perhaps that person used something or other to track them down. Maybe. Actually, that's kind of a long straw. Let's not go for that. Let's go ahead and turn around anyways, because Yolinda also probably has the best chance of doing magical shit to help this situation. Of Castle Ebonpeak and the Mouseketeers of Evil. There's 3 of them. Ant Lady, Darkness Blob, and Jelly Thing. And we go.
You forgot Strahd, so there's 4 of them.
Well, yeah, but I don't think Strahd's necessarily allied with the 3 things. I think he's just kind of using them as chaos to hide his own and stuff, you know? Musketeers plus special guest down from the south. Uncle Strahd.
So, on regrouping with everybody and discussion a bit, it would become evident that indeed neither of them are around.
They around the... They aren't anywhere around where we left them.
They do not appear to be from where you can see without yet having gone over to them. Where they had been, I mean.
Right. Darwin's gonna be a smart boy. Because I keep on forgetting he has this goddamn spell, and this spell is actually one of the most useful things I have for him right now. We're gonna go ahead.
Gay person.
If it's still very close to us, which I don't think it has that. Yeah. Let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and do that then with the locate. With 1,000-foot range of normal, because I don't need to extend that range at all. So let's go and see, and if Darwin can find Yolinda.
So, returning to where they had been, there do appear to be tracks that lead just toward the ridge of the hill that you passed before coming down to see all of these paths. Going up and bending past the hill, the tracks spread out here and there, seeming to be a bit of talking or something, not like fight or anything like that, but probably gesticulating while they are having been discussing things with each other. And then further, just a little bit, then there is blood on the ground. And more.
Shit.
And more.
More.
And then there is this mound of snow that is soaked in blood. And it is a good sized mound that's about 6.5 feet long, about 4 feet wide, maybe a couple feet at most tall.
Well, that's suspicious as hell, and you bet your ass Darwin's digging through that here real quick to see what's going on.
Okay. There do not appear to be tracks leading further away from this. There are, however, a few tracks that suddenly appear a short edge of this, which appear to be cloven.
Hooves.
Hey, Linda!
Unbearing the snow is Yolinda underneath it.
Wait, what?
Is she dead?
She is completely unresponsive.
Even with poking of the stick?
Is it our Yolinda?
Appears to be.
Wait, so you said there's cloven tracks that suddenly appear and lead away.
The cloven tracks appear, and then there is no trail leaving away from here.
Can Umbra smell the
Does the
tracks?
cloven trail leave, is what I'm saying.
No.
Where does the cloven trail go then?
It's
Nowhere. They disappear.
correct.
So it's like something with wings landed and took off.
Or teleported.
Okay. So the thing is that... Fuck. The very first thing Aaron's gonna do here is he's gonna try and do some of the good old healing magic here. So, can you do like a medicine check? Pulse and all that jazz? Possibly?
I would say with advantage.
Advantage? Okay. That worries me. First one is... Where the fuck? There it is. First one, dirty 20. Second one is guaranteed fail, so we're going with the dirty 20.
You can see as you examine her a few injuries. There is what appears to be in her back after moving her, a blade that has been thrust into her back that is covered in some sort of fluid of some kind. There is also a narrow slit on part of her throat that is not fully cut through all the way, but there are also signs of massive bruising from something constricting around and squeezing the throat.
Alright. Oh.
Why did we leave her alone?
Because we assumed that was Garrick. We gotta remember, we literally just... I guarantee that was another
Garnick.
simulacrum. Guarantee that was another simulacrum. We never thought. Ever thought to check. After already... Darwin's gonna get a bit upset at this, because he's gonna kind of run down those same lines of thought. They just automatically assumed it was a friend. Because it was someone they hadn't expected to see in some time.
We left Yolinda with Garnick alone?
Yes.
Why did we let them alone?
As they said, they were talking about something real quick, and then she'd catch up. And no one thought to, like, think about that until after combat ended, basically.
Oh, I didn't know those were the two that were staying behind.
They have, like, some kind of beef that we didn't know about?
Garnick did say that he wanted to talk to her briefly before he started on the route back to the Orcan Valley.
You remember the part of your little thing when you were pulling cards where Garnick took the sword?
No, that wasn't me.
That was Owen.
Oh, whatever. Everybody
Well,
left.
oh, don't tell me the sword is...
The sword
Probably
is
not
not
on her
there.
anymore. Anybody resurrect? Anybody heal?
Well, that's why Eon was, or not Eon, Darwin was checking for a pulse to see if wounds was even going to do anything.
Anybody like to do a investigation check?
Umbra,
Tor.
she wants to sniff
Yeah.
the prince. See if it smells like, what's his face? Dantalion.
All right. So, as you look around, the prince and
24
the
for
other
Torque.
prince are mashed around it enough that it's difficult to tell what order people were moving around and everything. Clearly, Yolinda was buried last. You do see part of a hoof that is a deeper impression than most, and what likely is Garnick, because Yolinda is a shapeshifter, but her foot is also a smaller hoof in her native form. Seems to be barely touching. And you surmise that Dantalion must have leapt or potentially flown. You didn't see wings on him before, but and disappeared. There is a dark shape a distance away, laying in the snow.
24 for investigate for Torque.
Okay. Looking over the scene, you think most likely that there is some form of fiend that arrived in the middle of whatever was going on, whether they were already fighting at that point or whether they were still talking and discussing. You're not entirely certain. But this fiend is most likely what crushed Yolinda's throat.
Does it smell like the parents?
It does not.
She got a
Owen's-
28 for her investigation.
Upon looking around and such, the dark shape that you see some distance away appears to be at a slight angle. You think it's something that crashed into the snow, and it's the shadow of the snow itself that is casting down on whatever was there.
Like a tunnel?
Um,
Or a cave?
like something that had been thrown into the snow.
It's a person-sized hole?
It is.
I have a platinum that's Garnick. Still's gonna go over there. Well, Umbra's gonna go over there. She saw it.
Darwin's gonna go ahead and start doing CPR and cure wounds same time because better chances. He will go ahead and pop an invocation of vitality to just get the extra bits of healing in there to ensure that something will work. And just see if he can breathe some life to the individual.
Okay. So, what are you doing in total spell-wise?
So spell-wise, we are doing a 5th level cure wounds with invocation of vitality, and I'm gonna do a empowered metamagic on top of that as well.
Okay, so you're just doing cure wounds and the metamagic to improve that?
Yes, and then from the hammer that we had picked up from Strahd's armory before we had left for the shimmer, the invocation of vitality, I'm using one of the charges on that,
Okay.
which adds an extra d4 healing.
Okay.
Then after that, he's also doing CPR and that type of stuff just to ensure that, just because the wound's healed, got to make sure the heart's still going as well, because I'll be honest, I don't know if cure wounds actually does anything for that.
It doesn't.
Breathing, because a crushed throat does not help.
No, you're just a necrophiliac.
Yeah, you do see some of the wounds seem to be closing. The bruising on the throat is lightening a little bit, but she does not appear to be reacting at all.
That's why we have CPR. Hold up. Wait a second. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Bear with me here.
While you
So,
are
sorry.
figuring that out, one moment. Looking over at the hole, it is indeed a body.
Who's in it?
It is indeed Garnick in it.
Hey!
Is he dead?
As-
I'm just gonna check if he's dead.
As you get closer, his head turns on his neck, completely around.
That's normal.
Don't know. I don't know Garnick. Is that actually normal for him?
Oh, that's...
Look, like,
not
I don't know if you're being
normal.
sarcastic or not.
Okay. As you watch, as he gets up and turns and slowly twists his head back into position, there is a thing that is pulsating on part of his bottom of his neck that you can see there, which was hidden before with his hood up.
Is it the... Unter thingy? Geist?
Okay, it's umber looking, not so, correct?
Oh, she would not know about that.
No, she would not. Go ahead and make a medicine check, though.
Umbra. Science.
That is history check,
Medicine.
medicine. Same thing. Oh no, one's wisdom, one's intelligence. That is a 14.
Looking at it, you think it's some form of parasite. There is also wrapped around part of one of the tendrils that is leaching into Garnick's body, a small ring that is wrapped around this thing. There appear to be small glyph marks that have been carved into the ring.
She's going to cast not a spell, because she's be at disadvantage. She will shoot at the parasite, though. And try to, like, shoot off the part where so that the ring can fall off of it.
Okay.
Hey, wow, nat 20.
Okay. So you're shooting the ring and the parasite, or just aiming at the ring right now?
The parasite, or like where the ring is, above that, so it can the ring will fall off of it.
Okay.
Or is that not? Would that not be
No,
possible?
that's fine. I'm just asking in terms of, if you're doing a grazing shot or if you're trying to hit the parasite as well.
Yeah, hitting the parasite right on.
Okay.
Roll damage.
Yeah, go ahead.
That is 16 fire damage.
Okay. So, as you shoot it, the unag that has been clenched onto his neck is knocked off and splattered all over the snow. The ring slips off as Garnick's body collapses down onto the ground. As the ring falls off, the polymorph ends, and you can see it is indeed Garnick, but he looks to have been dead for about a month.
What? And no one could smell him being dead?
He was polymorphed.
Oh, okay.
It's polymorphed
Well-
into a live version of himself.
I thought polymorph worked for creatures only. Was this like true polymorph?
Mm-hmm.
That's a freaking powerful ass ring.
The ring allows true polymorph, but it is a cursed item. It will only allow you to polymorph into a version of yourself that is chosen by the one to put it on you. If you put it on yourself, it will allow you to polymorph yourself to other versions of yourself. If someone else puts it on you, you are stuck in that form until they remove it or you are dead.
What do you mean other versions of yourself? Like from different multiverses?
S versions.
It will look like another version of you, as if, say, you were yourself with all of your features, but maybe you were a tiefling, or maybe you were undead, or maybe you
Brown
were
eyes
female.
instead of blue.
It does not let you turn into another creature. You still would be a humanoid if you were a humanoid.
Ah. That's
Wait,
pretty nifty.
so it is just true polymorph for a reason, except for the fact that it can't turn into anything other than just an alternate version of yourself.
Unless you're the one that put it on somebody else. Then you can turn them into whoever you want.
No, they could only. Whoever's wearing the ring can only turn into other versions of themselves. So you choose what other version of themselves you want them to be.
You can choose what version of yourself that you want to be, but it has to be a humanoid version of yourself. If somebody else puts it on you, they could polymorph you into something else. In this particular case, whoever put it on him still wanted him as a humanoid version, but to look like he had been. So he couldn't change it.
So she's going to pocket the ring. And then she's going to carry the... No, she's not going to want to touch that thing. She'll yell out for Torque to come over here, please.
Torque will go over.
Yes. I need you to be very strong and to carry Garnet back over to the others. He is the dead.
Okay, I do that.
Thank you. And then she'll pick up the parasite with her stun baton and just like carry it like it's a dead snake over to the other group and ask them if they know what this is.
Okay. So, meanwhile, as Umber has looked at this and then called Torque over, what was Darwin choosing to do?
So essentially, so the thing is with Thunderclap, right? Thunderclap is electrical shock. Actually, hold up, no, it's thunder damage. Fuck.
Thunder is not, it's sound damage, not electric.
Wait, I could have sworn I had something with electrical damage.
Shocking grass, lightning lure, dragon's breath, chromatic orb.
I don't have any of that. Hold up, did I get...
Stun baton.
Shit. Hold on. Who the
Is that you or Aeon?
No, that is me.
Oh, I'm just saying because of the repeating thing. So.
Okay, fuck. I know who has the electrical thing, but the issue is that it's it's not meant to. I was gonna sit there like, oh, I'm gonna turn to defibrillators using thunderclap, but it's thunder, not electrical. Hold up. I'm just gonna look around. Does anyone have any kind of like very small electrical ability? Something small. I have an idea.
Umbra hasn't came back yet. She would tell you that she does.
He's gonna be loud about it. Not into stealth right now, so I can almost guarantee you're gonna hear it.
Yeah,
Okay.
she'll.
I
Umbra
will
will.
double check Linnea because she's closer first, while anybody else can check.
Enda? Oui?
No, she does not.
Perhaps. It has something, but it won't work because it's not the right kind of thing.
Okay.
So if no one close by, like Miranda or whoever stayed close over to him, they don't have anything like small electrical magic wise. Go ahead and call out to the however many people are over by the other body. Hey, need someone with some kind of electrical little magic doohickey something, real quick, like pronto. I have an idea.
Okay. Of those who would be able to respond before you call that, Elwyn does comment that he can shoot an electric arrow, but he's not sure how that will help in this particular case because he has to fire it in order for the ring to create it.
Darwin just looks over and goes, stares for a moment. It's like, stand over there, please. Away from the body. Get over there. There's a corner. I tell you to go stand in it. Then Darwin calls out to the other group.
Okay. At this time, from first talking with everybody and they pooling their resources, trying to figure it out, then yes, Umbra and Torque would come back with Garnick's body.
All right, Darwin just looks over at the other two and be like, all right, I have an idea. One of y'all has to have something electrical you can do with your hands or something. Something. Either Magic Fist Mike or Umbra if you've got some kind of tech.
It's a magic
doodad.
fist, Mike.
Ah,
Umbra's
shut up.
just going to hold the parasite in front of you and say, yeah, this thing makes electricity, but what is that thing? And she'll
Is what
plop it
thing?
on the ground. The dead parasite. It is what was animating Garnick's dead body.
Oh, well, let's find out if Darwin knows. I feel like he's not going to, but check would that be? Would that be history or would that be?
One moment. Darwin has not been to the Barrows, correct?
Don't think so. At least not with you guys. And I never really wrote it into his backstory, so I don't
Okay.
believe he has.
So then I'd say with disadvantage.
Okay. Can't get much lower than what I rolled already. Yeah. Okay. And then is it a history or is it?
I'd say history or religion.
Which one's higher? Is the same. All right. Not bad. Could be better. Could be worse. 13.
You're pretty sure, just from the fact that she said it was animating Garnick, that whatever this thing is probably some type of undead thing, maybe an undead abomination. You're not entirely sure, but probably not a good thing.
Yeah, Darwin's just gonna look at that, and how much does it weigh? Approximately, based on what he can see.
About 3
But, like,
pounds.
He's gonna go ahead and just. Actually, it's probably not a good idea to chuck that away just yet. But he is gonna take out his hammer and just kind of smack it. Pull the hammer out of his little holster. I guess that's the word I'm looking for, and just kind of smack it and then put his thing back in. It was like, that's not gonna help. Anyways, got an electrical thingy.
So, if you are attempting to use the stun baton, does that specify that it gives a stunned condition or electric damage?
It gives the paralyze.
Paralyze.
I'm trying to get the heart moving, not keep it more still.
So, unfortunately, that does not seem like it is something that will assist in this particular case.
But if he tells her what he wants to do,
I did. I said, hey, I need like electrical hands. We're gonna do something a little bit special. We're gonna try and get her breathing and living again. I'm assuming Umbra's a bit smarter than Darwin and can put together the dots of what he's trying to do.
okay, so yeah.
Is she technically dead?
She is.
Yeah, it's like you can't bring back something that's dead without a spell.
Technically, there are.
We have healer
things that do that,
classes,
but
right?
yeah.
Don't
Darwin
have
isn't one of
anything
them.
with resurrect.
Hold on. It's not a resurrect. Let's see. Spare the.
Stone of Truth. Tell me
No,
how you die.
Spare the dying would stabilize for right?
Spare the dying would stabilize if they were dying but not dead yet.
because I think reincarnation is the lowest.
Depends on your spell list.
I don't have anything like that because I got Cure Wounds, Mass Cure Wounds, and Healing Words.
Revivify?
That's all I've got. Lilith isn't much better because she's more so control setup. Like, she's got Healing Word, Cure Wounds, and
Didn't think you need res?
I wasn't expecting anyone to die yet, if I'm being honest. Choking on a pretzel steak. Give me a second.
Healer didn't think they needed to res.
I figured we wouldn't let someone die.
The healer didn't think they needed to res.
I mean, how many, clerics and bards don't really deal anything with healing?
Yeah.
Well, Revivify is within the last minute, and it's only a 3rd level res.
Mm-hmm. You don't know entirely, but you would wager that it probably from how much, walking over to where the hills were and then fighting the thing and then going in the sleigh ride and back, since you weren't, running those distances.
We
that it's
can't
probably been
guarantee that it's been a minute.
You can't guarantee, but you're probably thinking it would be leaning toward a minute or close to it, if not. You could certainly try and see, and I will let you know. But
Ray's dead.
He's dead. Okay.
What? It's technically a resurrection.
Without her soul.
well, it's more that
You return
they
a
have to
dead
be-
creature to life, provided it has been dead no longer than 10 days.
yeah, it's just that
If the
they will
creature's
be-
soul is both willing and at liberty.
Yeah, they have a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. The penalty is reduced by 1 until it disappears for each long rest that is taken. That is the standard version of it.
That'd work if anyone had it.
Not the healer.
Shut up.
I knew I should have just brought Adam, but Adam was fucking stayed in the other area and.
Normally, Darwin's around to keep people alive before they go down.
Dude. This is D&D.
Yeah, I know.
I've killed technically 3 of our teammates myself, and Sil's killed a couple as well. I think we've killed more of our team than the enemies have.
Yeah, then the enemies have killed.
I mean, especially when you get into Sil and Utgan way back, killing each other intentionally so that they could reincarnate into different bodies.
Yeah. Nice.
And we don't have a druid for reincarnate.
And there's always a possibility that Leo or Archmage Lewis might be able to do something.
Surface. Umbra's gonna cast Gentle Repose, just in case. On Yalinda. It's too late for Carmen.
Wait. I just thought of something. So
Maybe picking up a res spell?
no, the thing I'm thinking of. Well, yes, at next level, I'm definitely picking up a res spell. But other thing though that I'm thinking of is I do remember very specifically last session. I've been talking about any more of those visions. Maybe it was the session before. I don't remember. I remember very vividly. Because it was the thing I was talking about with everyone rushing up to the castle chasing Strahd. Everyone, and it was stated that everyone with the group was with us. So something happens then, if this is how it's supposed to happen in terms of timey-wimey stuff. Something happens through probably me getting the resurrect spell and somehow we bring her back. But something happens that brings her back then. Zooming.
So once she's dead, she becomes unbound to the sword, and then somebody else can bind themselves to the sword, and then they get all the swordy powers. And when she gets back alive, pretty sure she doesn't automatically get rebound to the sword, so sword's no longer in our possession.
So we need to get, what's it called?
So even if we get her back up,
We need to summon what's his face.
who's ever got that sword, we need to kill them to get that sword. You know how hard it is to kill a person with that sword?
Oh, clearly not that hard because it seems like Yolinda just got fucking took out like in a couple of seconds from the looks of it.
Probably
Yolinda's
by
level-
something much more powerful. Than
Right?
her.
Then why do they
And
need
she
the
was
sword?
not-
What you have to, because those are the people that want to fucking do whatever they want to do with the sword. What you have to realize is we're level like what 14, 15 right now. Strahd's level 33.
No.
32,
Um,
28.
One moment.
He's up there.
Yeah,
Well, he's up there, but give me 1 second. I've got.
but my point is the heavy hitters, they're up there, and they're the ones that want the sword.
Yeah, 32.
Yeah.
Shit.
So
Syl does.
imagine taking the sword away from somebody like Strahd.
Syl does have a potential thing that she could utilize.
Yeah, but I need to wait a week to use that. Because I tried it on the giant.
I'm not sure what you were saying you tried on the giant, but
To speak with dead?
that's not what I was talking about.
Oh. Summoning what's his face?
Dantalion.
You could certainly do that. See if he can help.
If I had a chicken, she needs a chicken. That's why I've
Yeah,
been
you
trying to
need a
get a
chicken.
chicken.
Do you have a ring of polymorph?
She doesn't know that. Umber hasn't told anybody.
This is true, but if you tell her what you need, just saying, you know.
Yeah, but if you
Well,
use
it's
the
quite clear
ring of
Dandelion's the person we're looking for because it seems to be that's what happened is probably some fella like Dandelion, either him exactly or someone else came along.
It
and
wasn't him, because Umbra...
Do you need the
didn't
blood of a
smell him.
chicken?
Yes.
Just the blood of a chicken.
Just the blood of a chicken.
hold the fuck up. Don't
Do
tell
you
me.
say that.
She's been saying that from the beginning. I just
Oh.
need the blood of a chicken. So polymorph someone, we cut them, we kill them, and they'll turn back to a
quick
normal
question.
person and leave
So,
the chicken.
a non-magical trinket, does that include a handful of chicken blood?
If you haven't selected it yet, technically it could be.
How many people do we have?
So the thing I'm thinking of is that if technically speaking, a non-magical trinket is a handful, because you need chicken blood, right?
Yes.
So I have a spell that can create a non-magical trinket, and if we count chicken blood as a non-magical trinket,
Question: how many people are in our party right now?
In total, one moment, let me count that up. There are presently
Not enough.
11.
Perfect. Which one is the 8th one alphabetically? Not including Torque.
Actually, might be Lilith. That's one of the L's.
8th one alphabetically, as in from lowest letter to highest, correct?
Yes.
Miranda.
Torque walks over to Miranda and makes her a chicken. Daily polymorph.
I was
Darwin
gonna
just
look
kind
at
of
you,
like,
it's like,
there's almost like, could have given at least a bit of warning.
I told you I needed a damn chicken from the beginning.
No, and we were trying to find an actual chicken.
Well,
And
I
I
thought
asked,
I might.
does anyone know polymorph?
I was kind of saving this for the fight and/or the slays, but seems like we didn't need that then.
Whatever.
Alright, do
we
your
have it
thing,
now.
Sal.
So she'll have to ask Umbra for a bowl so she could collect the blood.
Unmagical trinket. I can create a bowl.
Alright, create a bowl.
Darwin creates a bowl using prestidigitation.
How long does that last?
That's until the end of my next turn, so good luck. Do it fast.
Umbra's just gonna whip out an iron ingot and with Instacraft create a bowl.
No waste of an iron ingot. Made that into 2 bowls.
It's a really big bowl.
Okay. Torque must
So
punch the chicken.
So it's gonna, stab
Ritual
and bleed
slaughter.
the chicken into the bowl.
Like, yeah, you bleed it into the bowl, and when it takes down 5 health, Miranda turns back into Miranda, because you killed the chicken and buy more friends. And you have chicken blood.
So, just to say this, it's a good thing you didn't use the Ring of True Polymorph.
Oh, she would have died. Because, yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, chickens have 1d4 plus -1 health.
so.
But true polymorph turns them into the actual thing.
Permanently, and then you can walk over and flick him in the head and kill him.
Yep. Alright. So, she does that, and then she'll do the whole song and dance to summon Dantalion.
He shows up with the sword, I'm beating his ass.
Okay.
He's not gonna show up with the sword. He's not.
He shows up with the sword, I'm beating his ass.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
My money's on Dantalion.
Right? I don't know. I think we could all take him if we were acted as a group.
Yeah.
Alright. So. You summon him for making a deal, correct? Or are you using just a general trying to summon him forth?
And technically speaking, Eon did have a deal as well that he wanted to talk about with Dandelion. The power thing, possibly. Multiple deals to be made.
I guess summoning him. Wait. No, not to make a deal. Just a general summon of him.
So, you try to summon him, and there's no response.
Need to make a deal.
He's ignoring you.
Need to make a deal. Want to play a game?
Alright, so everyone who does not want to make a deal with him, they need to leave.
Lilith's gonna go ahead and back up because she's not into that business.
Umbra's definitely gonna go away. She's gonna go pick up the fire giant belt that Silicrete threw and did not pick up.
Lilith's gonna go sit in the sleigh. Eon's gonna stick around.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who is going into the sleigh? Eon and Lilith?
Lilith's going to go sit in the sleigh because she doesn't want to be a part of this larky.
Okay.
Eon's sticking around because he does have some deals to make.
Okay.
Last but not least. Does Darwin stay? I don't think he has anything to barter with. Lord knows he's not using his soul. Yeah, Darwin's gonna probably back to the sleigh as well. Since there's not much he can really do with dealing with Dandelion Feller.
Okay. All right. So, as you summon him for a deal, first there's nothing. Then, a few seconds later, cloud of smoke. Dantalion holding Alchemist Strahd up by the throat, squeezing it, his mouth open, and there's just this glow that comes out of Count Strahd's body that Alchemist Strahd had possessed. And he tosses him on the ground. He's still breathing and alive. Or rather, undead in Count Strahd's body. He just lightly wipes his lips a little bit and says, "I was still finishing up." a little bit there. You called?
Hold up. So the guy we're trying to go after is literally standing right here in front of us, right?
He is just tossed Count Strahd's body with Alchemist Strahd's soul in it at the ground in front of you all.
Leon is going to look between those that... Who else is standing around currently?
I will say that in terms of those who aren't present, they will decide in that regard. Sil and
We should probably
Aeon.
pick this up.
We will be, but
Yeah, Torque, you wanna grapple? And secure the package? Sitting right there?
Yeah, he'll pin Strahd.
But then Eon's still slightly like unsure of why the person they're looking for currently is in front of him. He's also waiting on Sill's cue to do things, because Sill knows what she's doing. Eon does not. He sort of does, but not the beating or however things work with that.
well, you wanted to make a deal.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? How's the wife and kid?
Dead for good 2,000 years or so.
You haven't got another one? That's a shame.
It sort of was a bit of time to pull myself back together.
Oh, okay. Literally?
Literally.
Yeah, that happens. So, you, gonna kill Strahd? That Strahd right there.
We are quite curious what is happening here.
Oh no, he's served his purpose.
So, do you mind if we take him then?
Won't matter much in the long run, but you're welcome to it.
Say that one more time. I did not understand the first half of your sentence.
I said it won't matter much in the long run, but you're welcome to him.
Okay. Gun just kind of looks down at the ground, then looks over to Stone's like, still, I believe you had thought this out more than I have, so I will let you go first.
Um,
If Eon had eyebrows right now.
she's going to ask him, if he'll be able to take that soul out of that Strahd and put it back into real Strahd's body.
What? I think you got the wording backwards on that.
Yeah.
I can,
No.
if that's the deal that you're wanting to make. What would be in it for me?
Right, because that's not Alchemist Strahd. That's, the Strahd that we knew
Is it?
in that body, right?
I thought that was real Strahd's body, but it's Alchemist Strahd's soul in it.
Correct.
Exactly. That's what I want. Alchemist
You want to
Strahd's
swap them back
soul.
to their original bodies.
And yeah, because we have Count Strahd's original body,
Yes. And he said that
but
he
we don't
can,
have
but
his
what's...
soul.
Tell him to keep Alchemist Strahd's soul.
Fuck yeah. Take Alchemist Strahd's soul and put, real Strahd's soul back in real Strahd.
We didn't really need Alchemist Strahd's soul for anything. We just brought along the body for some reason.
What are you offering?
Wait, we don't need Alchemist Strahd's soul for anything, do we?
I don't think so. Oh no. Count Strahd wanted his soul for something.
Hmm. There's just any way to just put their souls in a couple of boxes and just not put them back in either body? We just carry around the bodies and carry around little soul boxes. Can't do anything if their souls are separated from their bodies. Just until we know what the hell to do with them. Always make a deal later.
Is that something that we could do? That you can do?
As I've said twice now, yes. But what are you offering?
I think Aeon here was gonna offer his soul because he doesn't need one.
Boss, I have other deals that must be made.
Fine, you can have my soul.
I love how it just sounds like an upset, edgy, like high school or college student. It's like, fine. Guess you
Yours
can have
doesn't
my
have
soul.
the quality I'm looking for.
Yeah, my soul's been around the block a few times. I'm sorry.
Not enough, unfortunately.
Find the quality of soul you are looking for.
Just picking up the pieces still.
What?
As I said, I've been picking up the pieces for quite some time. Still picking up the last.
Can you identify location? May be able to assist in the process.
A soul knows a soul.
So what you are telling me is that cannot share information like that easily.
It's more you wouldn't know how to identify it.
So what I just said.
Telling you doesn't change your inability to sense the pieces.
Yes.
It's not a lack of information, it's a lack of capability. Tin Man.
Is the incorrect material assessment. Necrodermis is primary composition.
Yes, well, I don't think you've gone and helped the wizard yet to get that diploma. If you know what I mean.
Still.
No, I think you're doing a good job.
I am not experienced in dealing with the pact demon subtype. Demon, devil, having a stroke. I think doing that voice makes me have a stroke, actually. I have thought out my deals. I do not how to barter for yours, Syl.
So you don't want my soul. I don't have anything else to offer you. I have this cool scythe.
I think I have something a bit cooler than that, to be quite honest.
It was on ice cold glass of like bright cranberry. Much cooler than that. Sorry, I've had a bit of Disaronno. I have been drinking. I apologize. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
What would you like?
Well, I do know where one piece is, but there's quite a force in the way toward getting it.
That one demon you still want us to kill, right?
Well, 2 pieces, I should say, in that case. That's one. There's another one,
Okay.
which, I believe our dwarf friend is more than the proper bloodhound for this one.
Which
Gun's
one?
just going to turn around and then just basically bark out in his steely voice, Darwin, get up here. Like the jumping jelly bean he is, he does.
I think he
What do you
was
call?
meaning the literal sense of the hound, like one of the werewolves in the party.
No, he did say Darwin. Well, the dwarf, I should say.
Okay.
I have the feeling I know where this is going.
Awesome.
This dude has to fight a god. So Darwin kind of comes bounding up the little snow hill thingy that they were on top of. They were on top of Snow Hill, right? Not just making shit up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so he comes bounding up the snow hill and stands for a moment. It's like, y'all called? What's up?
Remember when we were in the Shimmer and you had that expression on your face I've seen before?
I'm assuming you're gonna talk about the fella who came through the big old, or he sent a lot of his boys through that big old portal that, for some reason, me and I stared at each other for a really long time and felt like we really recognized each other.
Yes.
What about him?
I need access to him. Preferably after being pacified a bit.
All right. I mean, I don't see why there'd be a problem with that. The only issue is I have no idea what realm he's in. Plane. I mean, I guess I have a rough idea, but it's not exactly a plain scientist. Getting there might be a bit hard.
Well, Seal could teleport everybody there, because she saw that area, and she can open a gate to where she saw something on another plane. The problem is,
It was
you'll
right in
be
front of an army.
right in front of it.
They're
And
probably not there anymore.
also, it could all have, like, wards to prevent extraplanar teleportation.
Good. What if it didn't?
Then we'll land right in front of his lap, and we'll be like, hey, let's stab, and then we die.
He dies.
Sure.
Then Darwin becomes the new Lord of Time and uses it to invent new music. I mean, I understand where you're getting at with that in there, fella, but means are a bit limited at the current moment. Probably won't be in the future, but at the current moment they're a bit limited.
I can get you back to where the rift closed easily enough.
All right.
Would
You have
that
to do that
bring
now,
back
or is this like a...
Yolinda?
Getting from there through the rift, unfortunately, with it closed, may not put you quite to the same place on that plane. But at least if you have a way back, should be fine. I've tried getting into the plane before, and I can't get into that structure at the very least.
I mean, if you can get into the plane, that's no problem. I've got a dandy little thing that just let me kind of go wherever I want, really. After I get there, I gotta be in the same plane first. And there's also the other issue of the fact of whatever's going on at Castle Ebonpeak might make everything go kablooey and all of that not matter anyways, from what I'm understanding. Or you might want to take care of that first, because otherwise all that work you did is just going to go kablooey again, and then you got to do it all over again. Which is not going to be fun, considering from what I've heard you've been doing this for a while.
Things there are going according to plan. But in terms of, if you wish to try to accelerate them, you're more than welcome, as long as you stay alive after all of this.
It shouldn't be too hard. I got bitch slapped by a house and survived that, so I mean, pretty good chance. I haven't seen myself dying in any of my visions yet, so I'd say there's a very good chance of me still being alive.
Alright, so for you to put the souls back into them, we do this thing for you?
One of the two. But I prefer the one that Bloodhound is more suited for. It's at least the less environmentally hazardous for you.
That sounds good. It's like a pleasant place.
The Muckmire region that Dagon is within is not extraordinarily conducive toward air breathers.
Yeah, I can see where we'd have a problem with that. Big metal fella here probably wouldn't have too much of a problem, but the rest of us might.
You might have some mobility issues.
Yeah, probably. But going after the big, slightly melted fella probably wouldn't be too much of a problem. Probably. I'm trying not to jinx anything. I jinxed something earlier, I'm pretty sure, and I'm trying to make sure I don't jinx anything else today.
Yes, well.
I think we should get rid of you. You're kind of a bad omen.
He's
Oi.
precisely what I need, at least. So, if you don't want him with you, I'm certain that I can find a band of merry misfits to aid the dwarf.
Hold up. I feel like I know what reference you're making right there. I'm not gonna say nothing. That's not very nice.
Yeah, we'll give you his soul.
I need it intact for the time being.
Make sure you get the whole pieces out, I'm presuming.
As I said, one can sense another.
Oh, I see. I get what you're putting down. Alright. Again, it's like, that sounds like it shouldn't be too much of a problem. We can do that. We gotta kind of deal with the first issue first, because if we don't, then that's gonna kind of stop us from doing anything else.
As I said, it is going according to plan, but you're welcome to accelerate it.
Whatever makes you happy, Dantalion. What does make you happy?
Is it Dantalion or Dandelion? Because I've heard two different people say it two different ways now.
Dantalion. The
Dan.
T.
Okay.
Yeah, start disrespecting the man. before I
No,
have to
I'm
kill you.
clarifying because someone else earlier said Dandelion and I got confused. 'Cause I could have sworn you said Dantalion.
It's Dantalion.
Dantalion. Okay. Got it. Want to make sure. It'd be awkward if the entire time I was saying the wrong name.
Oh! How about he has your offspring?
What?
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yes. Turn him into a her. Boom. Instant kid.
Even
Owen's just
Dantalion
gonna.
has to raise a brow at that.
Owen's just sitting there like squeezing the bridge of his nose. And just sits there for a moment, just trying to take in what Syl just said. Looks over to Dantalion and is like, "You sure you don't need her soul for anything?" Sure.
Nobody wants my soul.
It doesn't have a piece that I'm looking for. She's part of a different jigsaw, as it were.
You scrambled like an egg.
Or rather, multiple jigsaws, but the largest chunk is what is her.
Yeah, alright. Anyways.
Alright, let's go fight a god. Let's get this over with.
Oh, they're not a god. They think they are, but they're not. Believe me,
Alright.
I'd know.
Then this will be easy. This is gonna be a cakewalk.
We doing that right now, or
Yeah, fuck it. No time to lose.
I got? Okay, I guess. Hey, real quick, probably want to run this by all the others here first.
They have no
Yes.
say. They're coming along with us. We're Shanghaiing them.
Still, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I guarantee if we do that, somebody's gonna slap you really hard in the face.
Oh well. They should have been here.
Leon at this point will chime in and goes, "Before we go, I still have my deal to make."
And what would that be?
Thing I require is the ability / power to complete my primary objective.
And what is that, Tin Man?
Primary objective is to conflicting orders. Personal objective is to protect Lilith Evergreen until duty is done.
And if you've completed it, then you no longer protect them?
If you can guarantee safety of Lilith Evergreen in some way, shape, or form, I shall grant you one thing that my kind is best at providing: safety. But do be warned, as you grant my request, I shall grant your request in kind. Give me an item to defend her. I will give you an item to grant your safety.
And here I thought your people were known for
Hey.
their blowjobs.
I do not have genitalia. Or does the rest of
You
my
got a
kind.
mouth. That's all that matters.
If I close my jaw fast enough, your entire hand will snap.
Anyways, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Tin
Not
Man,
really, though.
you're not quite understanding the nature of these deals. It's typically to be something that I would want in exchange. Your services for protection when you are needing my power to protect her indicates that you are not able to handle that task yourself.
Logic dictates that additional assistance may be required in this realm. But if it is safety from many things you may wish, based on what my kind has done in the past, safety from us might be what you seek. And real quick question, I don't suppose
What
I'm sorry, I'm
wish
interrupting you
is-
here.
What I wish is something that is going to take a little bit more time. Perhaps a year, perhaps less with proper travel. But not something that is going to be something you can provide.
Are you doing this for yourself or for your master?
Who says I have one?
You did.
No. What I said is that I'm supposed to.
Ah.
I was just gonna ask, does Dantalion have any capabilities of like sensing items of power or anything else along those lines?
You don't know.
No, I'm asking because I might. If he does, I probably have something he can sense.
In terms of like a basic Arcana check, then yes, he could sense that there's magic, but he'd have to like look at it to figure out what it is.
I will send you a picture of the thing real quick.
Says, you see, in order to do what I've done, there are certain interruptions that could not be prevented. And by not posing as suitable enough for such tasks as mentioned before, things would have been a bit more difficult, but you've all provided a few things that I've been seeking, so it's been worth tracking along here and there. The time is swiftly coming near toward an end. However, with so few pieces left to find, certainly have one of the most major ones, and the two known locations of some.
If you could just give us a list, we'll get those things. So that way we don't have to keep summoning you. Not that I don't enjoy our talks.
As I said, I can sense it, and I can send you if it's somewhere I can't easily deal with. But I've been at this for, a good 1,000 years, picking up the pieces, and with what's left to find, I can either be patient and wait a year, or get it sooner. So, sooner for what I can, when I know where it's at, and that I don't know where it's at. In a year, I'll have it regardless.
Does anybody else know what you're looking for?
Oh, a few certain old guard who preferred things the way they were.
Are they gonna hinder you? And us?
Well, let's just say that the champion of one has been silenced.
Yolinda?
Do let me know when you're ready to go after one of the pieces I seek. And then he
We're ready.
vanishes.
Okay.
Owen just kind of shrugs and goes, well, I mean, I don't know if you were technically ready now, so it's kind of good he vanished off before you said that, so.
Well, all we know is you're gonna have to die soon, so it was nice knowing you.
What do I have to, what?
You have something he wants. You have to
Oh.
die.
I don't have something he wants. can find the thing he wants. That's what?
Same thing.
It's not though. So, are you okay, Sil? Did the crap ton of whatever the hell just happened to you with that was in giant ghost thingy? Your head a bit? Like what? You okay?
Yeah, he kind of hurt me in my soul. I'm not gonna lie. Don't
Oh, so
feel
your brain's operating normally though.
sure.
Damn.
Is your brain operating normally?
As much as it can be, given the circumstances we keep on finding ourselves placed with. The question is now, what do we do with Yolanda?
Well, now we have another body we're gonna have to carry around with us. Yay!
Eon's still kind of sitting there staring at standing there staring at where Dantalion had been. It's kind of silent for a moment before simply turning away and walking.
Oh. Well, she now has a belt of fire giant strength.
Okay, so Umber's giving it to her then.
Fuck yeah.
Well, you hadn't mentioned it before. You just said you were going to get it.
Oh yeah, she's gonna get it and then give it to her. Along with the coat and then the pants.